Sir, namaskar. Namaskar. Arati kuche sir 87, 89 batch. Arati Panda. Bolangir. Bolangir.
Sir,
Akshyaya sir, namaskar.
Aruna, namaskar.
Namaskar sir, namaskar.
Namaskar sir, Arati kuche sir, namaskar.
नमस्कार एच फॅक्टर आशिलानी
मुई अरुणा कहूचे नमस्कार सर विपिन सर नमस्कार
नमस्कार
मुई अरुणा कहूचे 87 89 आरती सागो
आमे अरुणा मुई प्रतिमा आमे सब गुटे बेच सर चिनले सर नमस्कार
नमस्कार
अक्षय सर नमस्कार सर
नमस्कार
मुई सर सोनाब कहूची
नमस्कार
अक्षय सर नमस्कार
आपण कॉम्प्लेक्स एनालिसिस पढुथिले
बाबूजी माझी ज्योति बिहारी होती I got an opportunity to see all of you virtually.
पंडा सर आपण केना अछन
भवानीपटना
अच्छा ओके
अच्छा मार्था सार असले की नाही
हां असले
हाँ सर आशी गेले
नमस्कार
सर नमस्कार
I request everyone to mute your mic and videos please.
Okay.
Kindly mute your mic and videos everyone please.
सर नमस्कार
नमस्कार सर मो शिशिर कहूचे नमस्कार सर
देखली
अरे
वीरेंद्र कहूची नमस्कार
सर
नमस्कार सर मैं आरती कहूचे
सर नमस्कार मु प्रदीप कहूची राउरकेला रो सर नंबर कहूची पीजीडीसी एंड स्टैटिस्टिक्स सर 90 to 93 बैच अच्छा पंडा सर नमस्कार सर बहुत खुशी लागला स्वाधीन सर आपण आस्तिले हम स्कूल को दीपिका इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल को मु आपण को भेटितली सर
अच्छा आज्ञा this is time to start our program. I request everyone to kindly mute your mic and audio and video please. Kindly mute. Thank you. Except Swadhin sir and Martha, Parasar, Tarakanta. So let us.
हेलो
Hello.
अच्छा
Yeah. Tarakanto, you are around?
I think Parasar Bhaina is around. I will call Sir Tarakanto.
Yeah, Tarakanto.
Tara always is available, but I don't know from yesterday his problem was there. All meetings he is okay with the microphone.
Yeah.
अरे अच्छी मु आजी
चलो ठीक अछि हां सेटा तो
We are searching only. Yes.
अच्छी किंतु पराशर भाई आजी से भूमिकाटा नेबे
हां पराशर भाई अछंती पराशर भाई अछंती पराशर भाई इज इट ऑडिबल
हां मु अच्छी
okay
so thank you very much everyone to come here. Mu K Srinivas 1986-88 batch ro abe at the moment I am in the Institute of Mathematical Sciences and I'm supposed to be coordinating this activity. So before we begin, let me say that पूरी धरा भी साथ दे तो और बात है, लेकिन अगर तू साथ दे तो और बात है। चलने को एक पैर से चल रहे हैं लोग, वो दूसरा भी साथ दे तो और बात है। तो साथियों, आपका साथ चाहिए कल की तरह, and let us make today's event also a successful one. I request my friends Dr. Tarakanta Nayak and Dr. Parasar Mohanty to kindly start the session, today's session. Over to you, Tarakanta and Parasar.
Yeah, okay, so thanks Srinivas. So I am Parasar. So today there is going to be a slight change in the program because like yesterday, all of us were so excited that we forgot that Sir has turned 80 and many of those senior citizens are there who yesterday must have skipped their lunch. So keeping that in mind, so today we have kept 9 to 9:30 as a dinner break. Because basically, I mean, we all can switch off our video and eat dinner, but Sir is going to be the sufferer. So unless he decides to have a commune dinner with us, and while listening to all these things, you can have your dinner. I think Sumitra Madam and Indra can take charge of that. So let me start. I mean, our today there is a host of speakers. So the first one of the evening / day is a student, a colleague, a friend who was always with him, and even he, after his retirement, he took up the responsibility of the director of IMA, and he is going to show us some glimpse of the journey of Swadhin Sir's social activities. Professor Akshyaya Mishra. Sir, okay, sir.
सार को नमस्कार।
नमस्कार।
सार आपन को जन्मदिन अनेक अनेक शुभेच्छा। आपण आम मान को ऊपर इमती छता है कि रही थांतो आमे आशीष पाउ थाउ आपण को। Esteemed delegates, my seniors, I bow before you all, my seniors, and many of you are my Guru Bhai and Guru sisters. I have been given a responsibility to reflect on the social activity of Professor Pattanayak. Professor Pattanayak is a multifaceted personality. We have all observed him, seen him as a very deep person academically, but also he is very expansive in his social activity. And for a person like me to say everything, it is quite difficult. I have watched him for some time. I shall reflect on some of my experiences with him, particularly in Sambalpur. And time may not be available. Therefore, I shall be entirely missing the Bhubaneswar part. And I thank our editor of the Souvenir, when he released the first version, Satyananda, when he released the first version of the title page, cover page of the Souvenir, he wrote somewhere, it is now after a thought we have deleted it, he wrote somewhere in the cover page to remember, recount and recollect the sacrifices made by Professor Pattanayak. Yesterday, all of us have agreed and deliberated that the greatest sacrifice that Sir has made is his time, his youth, his entire life. So that is the greatest sacrifice, but we shall be discussing some of his social activities as well. And everywhere there is a signature of sacrifice. That will be the discussion today, and I shall not be delivering a lecture. I shall very quickly try to wind up things so that we can also discuss. Charity begins at home. Sir's social activity begins in his residence. When Professor Pattanayak joined Sambalpur University early in 1970, in the early 70s of the last century, he was allotted quarter number B10. Prior to his staying there, a tribal person was staying in the premises of his residence, making a small hut. And the university authorities thought him to be an intruder. In fact, he was a native and he had been evicted. The university was trying to evict him out. On joining, the first thing that Professor Pattanayak did was to protect this single person. He allowed him to, not only allowed him to stay in his premises, he became fond of his children, but at this same time, very stubbornly opposed the university officials from evicting this person. There were few more in the campus who were also staying there. They were the natives, their house and the land had been taken by the university, acquired, that is the modern language of saying that university had acquired their land without giving any compensation or without giving any thought where they will go. Professor Pattanayak very steadfastly fought with the university authorities for these few people, but it was a path-breaking step. People were in the campus were surprised to see that a well-policed person coming from US after higher education and having a very, very high background is so keen to protect very ordinary people. That was the beginning. And yesterday, so he showed a lot of compassion for these people. The main thing is the compassion in his heart. And university officials didn't take it kindly. They were very annoyed with Professor Pattanayak. But Dr. Pattanayak remained firm in his stand. That was the first thing that comes to my mind. Then during his stay yesterday, Dr. Pattanayak has already elaborated about his activities in Duriyapada. He visited Duriyapada. Let me tell that Duriyapada is not a very friendly place to go. There is a Nalla or a tributary in between the campus and the village, the cluster of hamlets, Duriyapada or Rampada, and there is a cluster of hamlets around 2 kilometers away from the campus. The place is, there is no road, there was no road there, electricity was not there. And Professor Pattanayak frequented that place once, not once or twice. Every day he used to go there, talk to the villagers. He ascertained from them that the villagers, mostly of Oram tribe, they were working in a lime quarry in the nearby mountain, and they were interested in the education of their children, but they had no way out. The children had to look after the household cook, had to look after the small babies in the house during the absence of the parents when they are working in the field. So, I tried, Dr. made a school for them, an evening school for them. And it was all from his own initiative, spending money from his own pocket and rallying the people around him in the hamlets. And he made another hut in the name of a school. Then the student volunteers joined him. And one Professor T.V. Rao, he was a lecturer then, Sri T.V. Rao of this biology, life science department, also joined hand with him morally. And Dr. Pattanayak slowly and gradually extended his activity from schooling of the children to taking care of the health of these tribes. These tribes were very much riddled with superstition, witchcraft, etc. He took them to hospital when they were ill, treated them with compassion, care, sometimes the hospital authorities would not also, the staff of the hospital would not also cooperate looking at the on-TD tribals. But Dr. Pattanayak used to treat them with determination, used to get their treatment done. At times, they needed blood. Dr. Pattanayak has given his own blood. Some volunteers also donated blood, but whenever there is no volunteer around, Dr. Pattanayak would come forward to donate blood. And the entire expense of the treatment on each occasion, without exception, Dr. Pattanayak used to bear from his own pocket. Then he taught the tribals to put their signature on the rolls of the, on their wage rolls, that minimize the cheating of the contractor in the lime quarry. And Dr. Pattanayak again earned an enemy in the shape of a contractor. Then he persuaded them not to consume liquor. It was difficult. But the frequency of consumption of liquor came down considerably in that village, in the cluster of villages. And he had to come face to face with illicit liquor dealers. And again, some enemies would be added. People started in the campus, people started looking at Professor Pattanayak as a different, compassionate person, a sympathetic person, and they started becoming curious. I remember on a certain occasion, the entire campus community came forward to lend helping hand in renovating a pond. It was a spontaneous response. So, and this activity, Dr. Pattanayak carried forward across the mountains to villages like Lahonda, etc. And it continued for many years. So I won't expand on this anymore. Dr. Pattanayak was a regular visitor to Bajirao Chhatrabas. Bajirao Chhatrabas is in the village Champati Munda, a remote village in Champati Munda, near Angul. Sri Navkrishna Chaudhary, former Chief Minister and famous, the first Chief Minister of Odisha and famous freedom fighter, and his wife, Mrs. Malati Chaudhary, another freedom fighter. They had made a basic school and an ashram there. And both are very scholastic persons. Professor Pattanayak richly benefited from them, and during vacations, holidays, he used to visit Kalahandi, Koraput with Malati Chaudhary. I remember in 1975 when I entered the school in the Department of Mathematics. Around that time, Dr. Pattanayak had led a team of persons to distribute relief in Kalahandi. An infamous famine was there. It lasted for about 20 years, from 1975 to 2005 or so. It was a very infamous famine, and during that time, Dr. Pattanayak was very active. He also worked in the literary activities of Koraput district around that time. And at times he had to go by truck. So he made many ventures at that time. And he had a family relations with Sri Navkrishna Chaudhary, Srimati Malati Chaudhary, Sri Manmohan Chaudhary, Dr. Karmadev and Gyanadev Maharana. He has professional relations with them also. The another thing that comes to my mind, I have to go very quickly about it. And Srinivas, please remind me when it is 10 or 12 minutes, I have to wind up. There should be discussion, okay?
Sure, sir, sure.
Yes.
So when it is 10 to 12 minutes, just remind me, because it will be an unending story.
Yeah.
I have written about some 8 to 9 pages, 8 pages, and maybe I shall request Satyananda to put it as an addendum to the souvenir.
Okay.
And therefrom we can find the details, but I have to do it quickly.
Yeah, Parasar, keep track of this.
Being inspired by Sri Navakrishna Chaudhary supported many students for their higher studies at Jyoti Vihar. Financially, he kept them in his own residence. By that time, Dr. Pattanayak was a bachelor. He used to cook food for them and had very lively discussion with the students during lunch and dinner hour. And all of them, without exception, are well placed in life. The next thing that comes to my mind is Sri R. Someshwar Rao. He is better known as R.S. Rao. R.S. Rao, a former alumnus of ISI Kolkata, had quit his job at the Gokhale Institute to join Sambalpur University as a reader. R.S. Rao, late R.S. Rao, is a very deep and knowledgeable person. He is a theoretician in left ideology. Professor Pattanayak worked very closely with him. R.S. Rao was not an activist like Dr. Pattanayak, but a very deep theoretician. And he was a compassionate, student-liking person and very deep in profession, his own profession also. So with him, Dr. Pattanayak established a debating society, non-registered debating society called Anveshana. On Saturday evenings, the students, teachers, employees of the university, they used to sit in the evening to discuss on a certain topic. And the topics, sky was the limit. Ramayana, Mahabharata, scientific traditions of heritage of India, emergency, what not. Whatever can be a topic, women in science. I remember once there was a discussion on women in science and many topics. A vast expanse of topics. There used to be no chief speaker. The main thing is there used to be an invited speaker. He would initiate the topic, then there would be prolonged discussion, and after the discussion there will be question answer session. It was not necessary that the chief speaker will answer the questions. Anyone from the audience can answer the question. There would be contradicting views in the discussion, but we never had animosity. The sobriety of Dr. Pattanayak and R.S. Rao prevailed upon all of us to put our emotions. Rather, we discussed. We never quarreled. And we would get up late in the evening, drag our discussion to the food, then to the hostel, then to the dining hall, then to in the next coming week, we shall be deliberating on the topic, why this point came, that point came. And later,
Sir, wind up.
Hello. Yeah. Later, it was in 1975 that emergency was clamped by the Congress government, internal emergency throughout India. There was the civil rights, human rights were severely curtailed. Several politicians, top-ranking politicians, student leaders, union leaders, teachers, professionals, many were taken to jail. Around that time also, Dr. Pattanayak and R.S. Rao explored and revealed the dark truth of emergency, and Dr. Pattanayak had to pay a price for it. His house was raided by police. And when we talk about sacrifice, these are definitely the sacrifices made by he played with his career in order to uphold human rights and the civil liberties, etc. The Anveshana group, they came out with a literary magazine. There was a group of students who were interested in literature. So they came out with a wall magazine. It was indeed a very colorful magazine. It was called Bahubanna. Sri Vikram Das Gupta was the editor, Sri Ashwini Mishra was the editor, and Ashwini Mishra became a very renowned poet in Odisha and secretary of the Odisha Sahitya Academy. And the same team, under the guidance of Dr. Pattanayak, produced a printed magazine, Youth Speaks. There, only the students would write about their views. Several editions, issues of that magazine also came out. And all of you, many of the students who are present here, we have experienced the World Magazine Sigma in the mathematics department, the annual quiz competitions. It was a thrilling experience. It has been extended to GM College, UC Burla, and sir, you will be pleased to learn that the annual quiz competition in Sigma is still alive. People are still participating in it, and district prizes are given in the annual day celebrations. The Anveshana team, they arranged a 2-day national seminar in 1984. Dr. Pattanayak and R.S. Rao did not look for funds from outside. The Anveshana group and Sipahis, they donated funds for small expenditure of the conference. There was a very deep and thorough discussion throughout the 2 days, spanning to late evenings, and encouraged by the deliberations in that seminar, Dr. Pattanayak and R.S. Rao created a registered society called the Institute for Understanding of Society and Culture. The Institute for Understanding of Society and Culture. The founding members were from different walks of life across the society. It was not confined to academics only. And in early 1980, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, the Prime Minister, visited Kalahandi. It made a news. Then there was to see the situation of hunger in Kalahandi. And again, there was a disturbing news that a lady called Phanas Punji, she has become famous. A lady called Phanas Punji had sold her child in exchange of food. And being disturbed by these situations, Dr. Pattanayak and R.S. Rao encouraged a group of scholars. I remember on the front line, Sri Dr. Prasanna Kumar Tripathi, Dr. Premananda Panda, and others, and their scholars, and many others were there. They made a visit to the library, scanned through literature over 100 years on data on rainfall, etc., food grain, production of food grain, etc. They came out with 2 reports. The first report was accessible to the general audience, and the second report was a rigorous research paper. Both the reports were published in the reputed journal EPW. And the reports, it is not only that it was published, the reports are very well received. The editor of the famous Odia Delhi Samaja, Sri Dr. Radhanath Ratha, he made a mention of these reports in his editorial column. And Sri Kishan Pattanayak, member of the parliament, took these reports. Basing on these reports, he made a presentation in the Parliament of India. And definitely they had their own impact. Dr. Pattanayak and R.S. Rao also encouraged the scholars to make a report on the Bhopal gas tragedy, which occurred around that time. And there were several more reports by maybe Dr. Panda is present today, maybe he will elaborate on it. But it was a very good effort by Dr. Pattanayak. And around
time rakhan.
Yes, Srinivas Parasar kete time hai gala?
Sir, already 25 minutes upar hai helani.
Okay, then I have to wind up. There are so many things.
Yeah.
And naturally, I have to
Certainly,
wind
we
up.
will certainly have another, program.
Yes, I understand. So I wind up here saying that the Sir had a very dominating role in the Balco movement, which was a very famous environmental movement in Western Odisha, which for years. I must stop here because there are so many things to tell, and I shall send my write-up to find out the other details, mathematical part, etc. And last but not the least, Dr. Pattanayak, when we remember him, we remember with IMA. But let us not forget that he was instrumental in creating the Department of Statistics, Sambalpur University, together with G. Das. And after G. Das left Sambalpur University, he was the only person and not only person, he and M.N. Mishra together held the department for so many years, and it's a credit to him because he was a very tolerant person, and we were stupid fellows present around him. We would put a lot of nuisance to his mind, but he would prevail upon us. He has held the departments together during his headship. Sir, I salute to you again, and I have to wind up. Thank you.
Yeah, so it is so nice. So one should listen more about it. And so if there are any quick question directly to Professor Mishra, one can ask, then maybe I would request Sir if he wants to add few more things or his impression, a short impression to Swadhin Sir.
Sir, I am Supriyo. Sir, I am Supriyo. It's nice to see both of you together.
Okay, sir, you wanted to display some certain things. You were talking in the beginning. You called Dr. Satyananda.
No, I shall send it to him if you want to see.
Okay.
Yes, it can be presented. Do you want it to be presented? But let it go. I shall send it to the channel, and that will be better.
Okay, sure. Swadhin sir, would you like to add something to what Professor Akshyaya sir has said? Any comments or anything like that?
Well, I can, but you see that there is paucity of time.
Yes, sure.
I would say, in my effort in Juliapada, Akshyaya was one of my very strong supporters, and he was a regular visitor to the village attic since it was an evening school, and used to go regularly to the school and teach children. And when I made trips across the hills, going to various places with Akshyaya and others, we discussed everything from kings to cabbages, from Minkowski inequality to whatnot, like that.
Okay, sir. Nice to hear. Nice to hear. So, Parasar, you can carry on.
Okay, so now we're going to have our next talk, which is a little different in flavor, and which will be given by a distinguished mathematician and, of course, a leading operator theorist in the world, who doesn't need any introduction. But for today's meeting, probably he will like to be introduced as student of Professor Swadhin Pattanayak. And we thank him for accepting such a difficult task of giving a technical talk to such a wide range of audiences. Professor Gadadhar Mishra.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to share my screen because I'm not quite sure if I can talk without a blackboard behind. I'm not very good at that. Can I share my screen? Does that require some permission?
No, I think you can directly share. Yeah.
Yeah. So are you able to see it now?
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
visible.
yeah.
Very good. So I actually would like to say one thing before I start on the mathematical contributions, glimpses of the math that Dr. Pattanayak has done, and a little of which I have managed to learn from him. But in the brief essay that I had sent, there I had written that after I met Dr. Pattanayak in Bhubaneswar, I somehow felt that it will be best for me to be in Sambalpur. I just want to say that that thought continued, and after completing my PhD, I wanted to come back to Sambalpur, and in fact applied for a job, got a job, and now, very unfortunately, due to some technical reasons, and in spite of all the running around that Dr. Pattanayak did, I wasn't able to take that job. I mean, that will remain the biggest disappointment in my life. I'm not sure, like Sir was saying yesterday, I mean, one doesn't want to say what you have done or not done, but I often wonder if instead of coming to ISI, I were to go to Sambalpur, what life would have been like. I think coming to ISI and being part of the academic world as we know it today has made me less of a person that I like, at least. I mean, I wish I had the courage to not be part of all this. That actually means very little. But having said all that, I mean, these are things that Dr. Pattanayak and I have discussed over and over again, and talking about walks and such, we have walked miles together, often after dinner to early morning breakfast. And while I don't quite get that tone, hearing many people who have been speaking, the point that I made in my little write-up, and I would like to reiterate that, is that it's so very easy to not agree with him. Now, this is a trait that that's very unusual. Most people don't tolerate that, and in fact, a lot of you here are much younger, and perhaps you haven't quite seen that part of Dr. Pattanayak. But when I came, I mean, I can narrate story after story about how we used to vehemently disagree on number of things, argue overnight, and somehow one always learned, and you become a better person by learning to say what you have to say. Now, coming back to mathematics, I had actually prepared rather detailed, and elaborate talk. And considering that there isn't perhaps a lot of time, and maybe parts of what I have said, I'll share it with whoever wants, and you can go through the slides at your leisure. Let me not take a whole lot of time going through the technicalities, but having prepared to describe the mathematics of Dr. Pattanayak, let me at least go through a few of these introductory slides. So there has been always something about some kind of an enigma about his PhD thesis. Apparently, I am told right from the early days, and I used to go to the graduate school office at Stony Brook, look at the collection of PhD theses that were kept on the 5th floor, and look at the thesis that actually belonged to Dr. Pattanayak. And one of the mysteries that at least I did not understand when I was very young was why the results that he had obtained in his thesis were never published. I don't know that I can explain that very well even now, but let me just, for the sake of fun, show you. This is the first page of his thesis. This is how every first page of a thesis submitted to Stony Brook looks like. The next one is a certificate, And here you will see Ron Douglas and Roger Howe, two of the most distinguished mathematicians, signing off on his thesis. And this is an occasion, of course, where I reminded of Ron Douglas, who was the PhD advisor of Dr. Pattanayak as well as of me. And, you know, we have shared several times our thoughts on India, education in India, some of the role that Dr. Pattanayak has played, the price he has paid for having made that choice. These are discussions I have had with Professor Douglas, and some of it were elaborated by Dr. Akshyaya Mishra just now. I want to just show you the abstract. I'll not go through the entire thesis page by page, but I want to read out that in this thesis, what is claimed is that the Toeplitz operator on the quarter plane with matrix valued continuous symbols and which are predom form a dense open subset of the set of Toeplitz operators with continuous matrix valued symbols whose determinants are non-vanishing and homotopic to a constant. This is building on earlier work of Gokberg and Krein as well as Douglas and Howe. I mean, I had prepared the slides in a manner to show you where exactly the result of Douglas and Howe stood and what was achieved in this thesis. But I'll not get into all those details and skip the slides in the middle. But many of you actually know that Joe Ball and Kevin Clancy, who are both good friends, and again with whom I have had discussions a number of times, both mathematics and otherwise. They have this very nice paper where I'll read out in case it is not easy for you to read, that in his 1972 doctoral dissertation, S. Pattanayak formulated an elementary matrix test for the invertibility of a Toeplitz operator with non-singular rational matrix symbol on the unit circle. This criterion is elementary in the sense that the test matrix is explicit in terms of the symbol and requires knowing only the zeros of the determinant of the symbol inside the unit. Yeah, I guess perhaps there is some echo.
Kindly, Jahangir Mohammed. Hello, Jahangir Mohammed, can you mute your mic, please? Hello.
Yeah. So because this was a work based on the unit disk, the result of Pattanayak has not received much attention. Well, in particular, even though this paper is from 1990 and Dr. Pattanayak's thesis was from 1972, this was never really published anywhere. So, so they go on to say that they are developing a similar criterion. This paper by Ball and Clancy develops a similar criterion in terms of the winding number and such for domains which are not simply connected, for general planar domains. And of course, they point out that the intention or the main aim of the thesis was not to really just prove this test or this criterion, but to use it to get results in several variables. So the main lemma that comes from the thesis that actually what they call is the test is a necessary and sufficient condition that T phi. I would have gone into the details of as described before. This is a Toeplitz operator. Is invertible is that the rank of the matrix 1.4.7 is maximum. I could have showed you the page with that matrix, which is actually a full page matrix. Okay. So what I had intended to do at this point is to say, let me define the terms Toeplitz operator, predom operator, and the symbol appearing in the abstract of the PhD thesis of Dr. Pattanayak, which was submitted to the Stony Brook University in 1972. I'm going to skip this part because, as we said, there is perhaps not a whole lot of time, but I had tried to do this in a way that will be sort of, not very technical for a large audience. But let me start here by saying that, well, apart from the one that is called the Pattanayak test, what else did he do? Well, this is actually a takeoff from where Douglas and Howe stopped. And as it says in the abstract that I have already read out, tuplage operators on the quarter plane with matrix valued continuous symbols which are freedom form a dense open subset of the set of tuplage operators with matrix valued continuous symbols whose determinants are non-vanishing and homomorphic, homotopic to a constant. Okay, that's what was the main aim, and that is what was proved. The one thing again I'm tempted to say is that Harold Widom, who is actually a very, very distinguished operator theorist of that era, the point is that this result of Dr. Pattanayak that appeared in his thesis was 1972, whereas in 1975, Widom generalized it to not just, I mean, from 2 variables to n variables, and his methods were somewhat different. So as I say here, Widom shows that for tuplage operators with matrix valued symbols acting on H2Tn, that is now n variables, the set of invertible tuplage operators is dense in the set of freedom tuplage operators of index 0, thus extending the theorem of Dr. Pattanayak. Okay, so that's his PhD thesis. I think the result was so interesting at that point of time. I actually had another slide sort of trying to describe the relationship or the excitement of that era. There was on the one hand the group of mathematicians, Coburn, Douglas, Singer and such working on tuplage operators, Widom, Widom, Roger Howe, all of these people working on tuplage operators and their index, coming from a point of view of operator theory and trying to understand function theory and operator theory at that point. On the other hand, there was the work of Atiyah and Singer that connected the analytic index with what one now knows as the topological index. And this was very exciting time. And ultimately, the two sort of thoughts or the two streams kind of joined forces together. There was the Brown-Douglas-Fillmore theorem, and then there was Atiyah-Singer. And under the umbrella of K theory, it became one big whole of a body of mathematics. And in there belongs the theorem of Dr. Pattanayak, which was a step in this whole business of index theory and tuplage operators and various other things. So that's all that I have to say about his PhD thesis. And his research after his return to India has been mostly on random Fourier series. I don't exactly understand what that even means. So I'll refrain from describing his contributions to this area of modern analysis. 30 of his published papers, joined with many colleagues and students from Odisha, are listed in MathSciNet. The book, Understanding Mathematics, written jointly with all of them, Rajiv Karandikar, C. Musli, Dinesh Singh, and K.V. Sinha, is an unorthodox, inspiring, and carefully written book that is a must-read for every undergraduate student of mathematics. Now, the contribution of a mathematician often is a question of there are various levels in which you inspire and get the younger generation to really get involved and prove theorems and do things. Understanding Mathematics is a book that will go a long way in achieving a goal of that kind. There is also the book Fundamental of Mathematical Analysis, written jointly with Dr. Gopalananda Das. It is a second book that would have been ideal choice, that would be an ideal choice for a beginning student in analysis. And I don't have much else to say, but since Professor Raghunathan had sent this write-up with a request that it be read out, It's a long letter, so I'll not read the whole thing. I'll just read the beginning and the end. It will again something that I'll include somewhere or pass it on to Gargi. I do not remember. This is from Raghunathan. I tried to put his name at the bottom, but somehow wasn't able to edit the PDF file in the last minute. I thought I could do that quickly, but somehow wasn't able to. I do not remember when exactly I first met Professor Swadhin Pattanayak. It was sometime in the early 90s, but of course I had heard of him well before that. I had known some students of his before I met him, and it was clear that he was uniformly held in great affection and regard by all of them. Then he writes his association with Dr. Pattanayak, in particular, his request for Raghunathan to become the chairman of the Council of the Institute for Mathematics and Applications. But the concluding paragraph says, Professor Pattanayak has rendered human service to the cause of mathematics in India, especially in Odisha. The mathematical community stands in profound obligation to him for this. Let me wish him many happy returns on the occasion of this landmark birthday of his. I wish him continued good health and cheer and energy to carry on with his services to mathematics. It was indeed a privilege to have known him and to have worked closely with him. So this is, in the end, as I said, I'm pretty bad at, saying these things out loud. But nevertheless, I don't know how to put it. I mean, the feeling on such occasions. I'll certainly hope that we'll keep talking to each other and do whatever little is possible, and best wishes. So thank you very much for being around. Whenever one feels low or unhappy or whatever it is, you have been just a phone call away, and we'll always be thankful to you for all that. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Professor Mishra. So,
he can
for a
unmute
wonderful talk.
his mic, the video. Gadadhar bhai.
Yeah.
Video on karo.
Oh, okay. All right. For what it is.
So, thank you very much
for
such a wonderful feeling and giving the talk. And if some people have any question pertaining to this talk, they can ask, or if not,
as I said, I almost certainly perhaps put it up on my homepage in any case, because there is this nice connection, and I'm very proud of making this attempt to
right.
And what was in the
sure.
I sort of vaguely knew, but it is in the last couple of days that I actually sat down and read through some of it. It was a very rewarding exercise, and I'll put it up in my homepage for whoever wants to look at it. The details of some of the mathematics, some of the details are there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So let's thank Professor Mishra.
Sorry, can I ask something?
Sure.
Yeah. Manoranjan here.
Yeah.
Sir, we used to hear when we were student in our master time that Professor Pattanayak had written a very smallest thesis, a very less pages thesis, because that was a curiosity we used to hear. So could you?
As I told you, one was, of course, had no idea of the sophistication of the the American society, this, that, and the other. In fact, I used to be quite afraid of going up to that 5th floor. But one of the reasons I finally dared to set my foot is that I had heard that all the theses, all the PhD theses that are written or submitted to the Stony Brook Mathematics Department are kept there. So finally, after a month or two, and precisely because of the kind of thing that you say, that one had heard a lot of stories about the mystery of the PhD thesis of Dr. Pattanayak. Yeah, it's a short thesis, and there is a very definite result, improving upon earlier work of very, very distinguished mathematicians. Two of them, the index result of Goldberg and Krein, followed by the result of Douglas and Howe. Douglas and Howe result was about again scalar valued functions or Toeplitz operators on the quarter plane with scalar valued functions. But what Dr. Pattanayak achieves is that he manages to look at Toeplitz operators with matrix valued symbols, and somehow is able to see that when you have a matrix valued function, a continuous matrix valued function, of course, there is a natural scalar valued function that goes with it, namely you take the determinant of that matrix valued function. And once you do that, then you are back, or he was able to prove that you get a similar result as in the scalar case. The point of those days of America, which is not very well understood, I must say, in our parts of the world, there is a big difference between the way people look at America and the system that is there in Europe. America is a very freewheeling place. I mean, I can say a number of things, but I don't think someone like me would have ever survived doing mathematics, either in Europe or in India, because the demands that are made, the rules that are put forth are, way too stringent. And I remember in the United States, you kind of are left alone. There are no set agenda. That applies to a PhD thesis. Many people criticize this procedure of the Americans outside of America, but who cares? They have been rather successful. Stony Brook might produce 20 PhD theses a year, and if some of them are not great, they didn't worry about it too much. As long as among those 20, on the average, there are 3 or 4 or 5 PhD theses that work out to be very good, they were quite all right with that. Whereas very often what we do is we do a lot of policing, lot of running around. This applies to as much to Europe as to India, where we want every single piece of work to be exceptional. Now that I think I agree that that's kind of a waste of time. People are adults, you leave them alone and they will do what is good for them. Coming back to Dr. Pattanaya's thesis, I would say that any day a theorem like that will pass off as a very good thesis. One last thing is that, as you might have heard in the context of mathematics in particular, proving things that are not enormous. I mean, you must have heard the story of the ABC conjecture, which runs into many, many hundreds of pages, and people are still struggling to even decide whether the result is right or wrong. There is only one extreme that. There is on the other extreme, there is a proof of Jagier of something involving prime numbers and so on and so forth, which was very sophisticated up to a point, but then he comes up with a 2-line. Now, what one has to understand is that it is the freedom of thought that counts, and there is a whole spectrum. I have always felt that, having something very concrete, something very definite that, as I said, can be stated or explained without too much effort is a fairly non-trivial achievement. Okay, so Dr. Pattanaya's thesis belongs to that category where, while it is brief and short, it has a very, very definite theorem which anybody should be proud of proving. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, right. Thank you.
So Thank you very much. So let's give a big applause for Professor Mishra. Well, I know this must have been a very emotional journey as well as the thing. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's really the emotion part that takes over everything else.
Right.
It has been a long time, and 30, 40 odd years of knowing each other. It means a lot. Yeah. Okay.
So, well, sir, kichi koibe?
Me?
Sir, mathematics take that's, I mean, I'm always nervous and scared. I don't like to bring up math with you because I know that you will catch rather quickly. So I was rather nervous actually. Now I feel somewhat relaxed. Okay.
So, I mean, I have hardly anything to say after Gadadhar and Professor Mishra and others have said so many things, so many nice things about me. I don't know whether I really deserve them. Well, I tried something and did something in mathematics, but something which always stayed with me was how to disseminate this amongst the large body of Indians, because quality of mathematics has to improve, then quantity also has to be there. So quality. So that I tried. I don't know whether they have been successful, because it is too early to say whether I have been very successful, because it has been how many years? 72 to now, 48 years. So what has happened? Future will tell. And many of you, particularly my students, have really done far better than I did. And it is, I would say, I was lucky that I got them. So I have nothing more to say about this. Well, if you want me to tell what vision I would have.
Sound system is very poor.
Really? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's
not audible. Not audible. Sorry, no.
Can you hear me?
No.
Not yet.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
In fact, when Gadadhar also spoke,
we
can hear.
Nothing was audible.
No problem.
We are able to hear.
Sir, it is very clear, very clear.
Yeah, it is very clear.
Something wrong with the sound system.
Yeah.
No,
I think some
It is
people
audible,
may
sir.
have
It is
trouble,
audible.
not
Shuna
all.
jauchi.
Yeah,
It's not
you
audible
can
at
log
all.
out and then log
Clear
in.
shuna
So
in fact, when
might
Gadadhar
be at your
spoke,
end.
nothing was audible.
Sir's voice is very clear.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all right. So
Yeah, sir, all right.
Sir, continue. All right.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, you continue. Some internet connectivity, others are poor, but we are hearing very perfectly.
Local, not for everybody.
Okay, all right. So now I would say each of my student has been my discovery. And I would say it is really my good luck that I came across them, so that they became what they became. So all that I can say is I have tried all my life, and when it comes to that, I'll tell why I take certain decisions in life, and particularly about something which Gadadhar told, that he wanted to join Sambalpur University after his thesis in Stony Brook. But somehow that was not to be. What would happen if he joined to him? I'm not sure. But he still thinks that he has been wronged by not being allowed to join because he wanted some time. If I know that exactly. He said, I want some time to join. Then I wrote on his application that we can afford that time. He may be given time because even if you don't give time, then I'm sure you are not going to appoint another person like him. But that was somehow the authorities were pleased to reject my application, and Sambalpur University missed an opportunity to hire Gadadhar Mishra. I don't think Gadadhar Mishra missed anything, but Sambalpur University missed.
No. As I said, I am not sure that I don't regret going to Sambalpur even today. Business about
you
coming.
Can't go back in time.
Yeah,
you
I
cannot say
will.
what would
Yes.
have happened.
Right. I'm not sure at all that after a while one gets caught up in surviving, and surviving in academia is almost like surviving in industry, making money, doing this, doing that, which which is something that I have felt very uncomfortable about. And over the years now, what I've learned is that we are no different. I mean, if you set yourself academic goals, all that you are doing is running around like money or who knows who else. So I at this point definitely not very happy about the choices that well, it was not really up to me. I applied, I got a job, and I should have been in Sambalpur, but now it's too late.
Yeah, because after all, you can't go back in time. So.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, these are certain things to be aware of, and for future administrators of universities to recall or recon, definitely. So,
okay.
And about what I try to do for the society, social activities, I don't know. I tried many things. I was many times on the wrong side of law. But anyway.
So, yeah, whatever it is, so most of us who are here today, all of us, we feel proud that we had been factored through you. So that's definitely true. I mean, so Srinivas, so now should we call the other people? I mean,
yeah, we can go ahead. There is still time.
Yeah, so Sudhir Pattanayak achanti ki? Okay, so
ମୁଁ ଭାବୁଛି ତାଙ୍କର କିଛି ସମସ୍ୟା ଅଛି ମାର୍ଥା ମେସେଜ ଦେଇଥିଲା
acha
can proceed.
Okay, so next Professor Birendra Nayak. So for many years he was sir's colleague, as well as presently he is a prolific writer in Odia, writes various take up various social issues in magazine, and jetebale Samadrusti re dekhile anti-national hobar samay achi, at that time he is involved with a magazine called Samadrusti. Professor Birendra Nayak, I will request you to speak briefly for about 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Parasar Mohanty. and others who have joined. To reminisce my association with Professor Pattanayak, I think the time you are allotting is not sufficient yet. I will briefly touch upon certain aspects of his personality and my association with him. ଗତକାଲି ଗୋଟେ ଖୁବ ଭଲ ଲାଗିଲା ଯେତେବେଳେ ସୁନନ୍ଦା ନାମ୍ନୀ ଜଣେ ମହିଳା ସେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକଙ୍କୁ କହିଲେ ଯେ ଆପଣ ସମ୍ବଲପୁରୀରେ କୁହନ୍ତୁ ଏବଂ ପ୍ରଫେସର ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ ଖୁବ ରେଡିଲି ଆଗ୍ରିଡ୍ ଏବଂ ସମ୍ବଲପୁରୀରେ କହିବା ଆରମ୍ଭ କଲେ। ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ସମ୍ପର୍କଟା এইটা ହିଁ ଦେଖଉଛି ଯେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକଙ୍କର ବ୍ୟକ୍ତିତ୍ୱ କଣ। ସିଏ ଅତି ସାଧାରଣ ଲୋକ ସହିତ ସାଧାରଣ ହେଇଯାଇ ପାରନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ଅତି ଆଦିବାସୀ ଅଞ୍ଚଳ ଅନେକ କାଲି ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଲି ଅନେକ ପିଲା ଆସିଛନ୍ତି ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଗ୍ରାମାଞ୍ଚଳର ପିଲା ଯେଉଁମାନେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକଙ୍କର ମେଣ୍ଟରିଂ ଦ୍ୱାରା ଆଜି ସାରା ଭାରତ ବର୍ଷରେ ବିଶ୍ୱରେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଜାଗାରେ ଭଲ ଭଲ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ମାନଙ୍କରେ ଶିକ୍ଷାନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ମାନଙ୍କରେ they are in very high positions. That is a very gratifying scenario that Professor Pattanayak has mentored so many students and they are at a very top positions in different academic institutions. In Orissa, where academic dons, I'm using the word don, where academic dons pride themselves as to how many IS officers, civil servants they have produced, there Professor Pattanayak and we pride ourselves because of our association with Professor Pattanayak that he is an academic person who has produced mathematicians, the researchers in mathematics and the teachers in mathematics throughout the state, throughout the country, throughout the globe. ତେଣୁ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଡିଫରେନ୍ସଟା ପ୍ରଫେସର ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକଙ୍କର ଏଇଟାକୁ ଆମକୁ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ପଡିବ କାରଣ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଯୋଉ ବାତାବରଣରେ ବ୍ୟୁରୋକ୍ରାସି କି ବହୁତ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱ ଦିଆଯାଏ ଏବଂ ଯୋଉମାନେ ବ୍ୟୁରୋକ୍ରାଟ ଯୋଉ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନରୁ ବାହାରୁଛନ୍ତି ସେଇ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ଗୁଡାକୁ ବହୁତ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱ ଦିଆଯାଏ ସେତେବେଳେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ ଗଣିତଜ୍ଞ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ସୃଷ୍ଟି କରି ଚାଲିଛନ୍ତି। ସେଇଟା ହଉଛି ସବୁଠୁ ବଡ ତାଙ୍କର ବିରଳ ବ୍ୟକ୍ତିତ୍ୱ, ତାଙ୍କ ବ୍ୟକ୍ତିତ୍ୱର ବିରଳ ଦିଗଟି ହେଉଛି ଏହା। ମୋର ଯେତେବେଳେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକଙ୍କ ସହିତ ସମ୍ପର୍କ ହେଲା ସେ ପ୍ରାୟ 50 ବର୍ଷ ତଳେ ମାନେ I think in 1972 September in the first inaugural meeting of Odisha Mathematical Society when Professor Ramanath Mohanty was the teacher of Professor Pattanayak. He was presiding over the meeting and there was a lot of enthusiasm amongst young research scholars, teachers and academic mathematical loving academic community of the state. ସେତିକିବେଳେ ମୋର ସାରଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଦେଖା ମୁଁ ସେତେବେଳେ ଜଷ୍ଟ ବରାଣସୀ ହିନ୍ଦୁ ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟିରୁ ପାସ୍ କରିକି ଆସିଥାଏ ଏବଂ ସାର୍ ଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଦେଖେ କରିଡରରେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ସେ ଦେଖେ ଖୁବ ଜୋର ସେତେବେଳେ he was very young, very dynamic and he was just rushing through briskly walking. I intercepted him. I introduced myself and said, sir, mate kichi reference apan diyantu US University. And lo and behold, he immediately took me aside and make me sit on a bench and then began writing down the names of the university. That is another matter that I never pursued that. Later, we missed contact. In 1977, we came together in a very sad occasion in the bereaved family of Professor Vinakath Das. And then after, in particularly in late 80s and 90s, when I began visiting Sambalpur University to take MPhil Bhaiba, etc., there actually we came together and we could know each other's interest in social issues and Professor R.S. Rao, we met in the residence of Professor R.S. Rao and discussed many things. So the point is the Professor Pattanayak has been very close to the issues around him. So when he started, you see, when actually Srinivas had told me that you please talk about IMA, how it came about. In fact, in 2000, when he came as the director of IMA, our association became very frequent because we are sharing the same city as our residences. So there, how this IMA came about, that's very interesting. Because those who are the mathematical community of Orissa must know that this Institute of Mathematics and Applications, where Professor Pattanayak is the first director, founder director of that institute, how it came about. You see, this was the first, from the very beginning, from 1972, as a resolution of annual general body meeting of Odisha Mathematical Society had this item, that we should have Institute of Mathematics. And what was the precedence? Because there was an Institute of Physics. So government was supporting Institute of Physics, and Institute of Mathematics was contemplated that we should have Institute of Mathematics, but it did not take off. No government agreed until Professor Trivikrampati came and became the president of the Odisha Mathematical Society, and he was a very, very long time, for a very long time he was president. He in fact took up the issue and tried to persuade the then government, the chief minister, the secretaries, the ministers to create the Institute of Mathematics on the soil of Odisha. He also took a lot of time. And you know, it only fructified when Giridhara Gamanga, a tribal from Koraput, when he was the chief minister, he in fact laid the foundation stone of Institute of Mathematics on 27th May 1999. And it was housed in Patani Samanta Planetarium. And those people, I consider them, that those people were playing Brahma's role. Who were they? Professor Trivikrampati, Professor Shiva Prasad Mishra, Professor Gokulananda Das, and latest was Giridhara Gamanga, Prasad Harichandan, Satyaprakash Nanda, they were all involved. And the Institute of Mathematics came about. Then after the role of Brahma, when the IMA was founded, who will be Vishnu? Whom to be given the charge? And everybody was unanimous. The entire mathematical community was unanimous. The most deserving people who should be given charge is Professor Swadhin Pattanayak. And Professor Swadhin Pattanayak came and took over. And the sooner he took over, the moment, almost 1 or 2 years after, we began sitting and discussing about the performance of the Odisha students in regional mathematical Olympiad, in Indian National Mathematical Olympiad, how they are faring. And we found that those who are having education, English medium education, public school education, this public is a very, very, very inappropriate term. Now we say this public, but it is really private. So those institutions, those students are faring much better. So how come the rural students, where are they? In fact, the Odisha Mathematical Society had by then started Junior Mathematical Olympiad. And Junior Mathematical Olympiad had started catching people young from the class 6. But even then, we found the real rural students are missing. Rural students means we meant those who are getting education in government schools, in the rural areas. Then myself and Professor Pattanayak, we sat together. I remember in our room, in my department, and we sat together, and then we discussed this out, and then there itself we wrote a rough draft that how to go about it. And that Professor Pattanayak, because of his, because he was already well known in the NBHM circle, he took up this matter, and NBHM was kind enough to grant, I think the first time the grant was 6 lakhs of rupees. It was probably 2002, 2003. And it continued up to 2005. Now it is lost because there was a lot of pressure that how come you are only confining to the rural schools, the government schools? Why not Saraswati Shishu Mandira schools? Why not private schools? This thing. And then ultimately it has, I think it has been totally frustrated. now Patani Samanta Jatiya, some Medha Brutti, something they have done, and it is over. So it is no more there. But that kind of inclination, that is concerned for the rural people, is concerned for those who are in the margin. Professor Pattanayak, as Akshyaya Mishra has already said, Duryapada, the instance he has given, and many other instances he has given of his compassion for those people who are at the margin. So the point is, see, he was always like that. And really people wondered. Yesterday I was listening to Mr. Motilal Panigrahi, and he was describing a very touchy experience that Professor Pattanayak visited his village, his home, and there was no sofa, nothing, and he immediately he found that Professor Pattanayak is sitting on the floor. So the point is, and those who have seen Professor Pattanayak so intimately intermingling with those people who are at the margin, be they tribal, be they Harijan, be they Dalit, or whatever, they actually people wonder that this man has such a elitist background. And what elitist? His father was director of medical education, principal of SC Medical College. His maternal grandfather was first Odia Chief Justice of Odisha High Court. He was the first, and his uncles were judges in the High Court. His uncle was one of the IP. So with this kind of background, the fellow could transcend all this elitist thing around him and merge with the common people, merge with the common interest. Therefore, even now, because we have been very closely interacting with each other, I think no day passes when Professor Pattanayak doesn't call me or I do not call him. So every day we talk and some issues we share, and you will be surprised to know, even when we go for protest in Master Canteen, he will be there. It's not that he actually tried to strengthen the voice of the common man. Another thing which has impressed me a lot, that is his memory. My God, what kind of memory he has. Sometimes he used to take me by surprise by quoting passages from my article. I had seen that kind of memory with Professor Trivikrampati when he used to recite some poetry which I had written and completely forgot. So that kind of memory, and he remembers so much. I wonder how. When I am a very forgetful person. I immediately forget whatever I write, and then after I forget. But he remembers things of long past. He remembers the names. He remembers everything. So I sometimes wonder, se प्रकृତରେ भूली पारिबे कि कोनोसी जिनिस तेनु ये होची गोटे तांकर गोटे विराट बड़ दिग आ गोटे दिग जोटा होची सेटा होची जे तांकर मु जा देखिछि तांकर जो व्यक्तित्व भितरे से गोटे विरल दिग होची जे से समस्त संगत तो जा कहली बिसी पारंती समस्त को तांकर समय दियंती अनेक कहचंती अक्षय भी कहचंती जे से केमिति समय दियंती समस्त को आ समस्त पई तांकर समय सब बेले अवेलेबल थाए कि आ गोटे बड़ कथा होची जे से होचंती केते गुडे जिंस एटी जोटा अक्षय कहले से जो सोशल इश्यूज संगे जो इन्वॉल्व होबार गोटे कथा अक्षय छाड़ी गले गोटे विकल्प विचार बोली गोटे मैगजीन बाहरुतला से ताको एडिट करथिले किशन पटनायक एवं सेथिरे जो एडिटोरियल बोर्ड थिला से एडिटोरियल बोर्ड स्वाधीन होउथिले एवं अनेक उपादेय प्रबंध क्षेत्र लिखिछंती जोडा सोशल इश्यूज तेणु तांकर मोर जो संपर्क गणित व्यतिरेके आमर संपर्क होउची जे से होचंती जणे माने से जणे समाजविद एवं तांकर जो कथा कहले जे नवकृष्ण चौधरी आश्रम सेतरे आम दुई जनकर संपृक्ति जदियो प्रोफेसर पटनायक इज ऑलमोस्ट 11 years senior to me, but we used to go together sometime and we interact with those people very intimately. तेणु मु सब बेले चाहिबी जे तांकर दीर्घ जीवन तो निश्चित कामना करी आ गोटे जिनस जो कि मत सरप्राइज कर देइथला सेटा होची से कोन करछन दिने जो हमर गोटे ओएमएस रो जनरल बॉडी मीटिंग होची एवं से जनरल बॉडी मीटिंग रे सी हठात मोना प्रपोज कले एज द प्रेसिडेंट. I was taken aback that when there are so many people who are senior to me, how Professor Pattanayak could propose my name? It is actually jumping the queue. But then he proposed, he doesn't care. कौन लोग कोई he doesn't care. तेणु से जो कथाटा से जदियो the senior most member of the community, Professor Gokulananda Das, had the support to his proposal. So, but when I became for 2 years, two terms, the president of the society, probably I could not have functioned so effectively if Professor Pattanayak would not have stood by me. So he stood by. He desired many things to do about the institute. I was never a central part of the institute. I was always in periphery. But whenever Professor Pattanayak wanted my help, I was readily available, be it drafting the service condition, be it tackling certain disciplinary problem in the institute, be it opening some courses and getting affiliation. All these things I used to participate. But suddenly I was not very central to that. And he faced, really, as he was yesterday telling, that my real impediment was the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy did not support him as he wanted. Therefore, he was looking for some alternative as to how we can get rid of this particular environment and the clutches of the government and go to somewhere else. And probably he tried, as I remember, he tried with the Department of Atomic Energy, but Department of Atomic Energy has already come up with NISER, so they were reluctant. Then ISI, it progressed a lot. It progressed a lot, and we are almost certain that ISI is going to take over. And even we are coming to know about who will be the director. One Odia gentleman who was in ISI Delhi, he was almost, his name was being floated as he would be the director. But lo and behold, something happened, something exploded from within, and the whole thing went into satter. And Professor Pattanayak was very much disappointed. So Brahma started, Vishnu managed, then you may infer who did the role of Maheshwar. But then the point is, then lastly I would say that that I certainly, on this occasion, on this solemn occasion, I do not want to make many things well known to you because this is not the particular forum. But I certainly wish him to live many more years to come, because I have a selfish interest. I have a selfish interest. And what is that selfish interest? Because I want to make my life purposeful by continuing my association with him. So I wish Professor Pattanayak again a very, very happy future. And also I thank the organizers. Why I thank the organizers? I have another thing to tell. Because you see, you have given me the opportunity to not only see some of my old students, some of my colleagues, and some of those whom I know otherwise, but you have given me an opportunity to see Lalu Mansinha. Why I say? Because Lalu Mansinha I had never seen. Why I say that you have given me opportunity, I am therefore obliged to you, because Lalu Mansingh's father, Dr. Mayadhar Mansinha, I am a great admirer of Dr. Mayadhar Mansinha. Even now also on my table, his books are lying, Mansinha Granthavali, Sikha Mitra Gatha, Udiya Sahitya Itihas, that I kept, because whenever I write, I refer to him. And he was a great man because he had the spine to stand up to the government. He suffered for that. He was demoted, but even then he stood up. And you, most of you, because you are from Western Odisha, and GM College is the leading college of Western Odisha, you should know that Professor Dr. Mayadhar Mansinha was the principal of GM College in early 50s, in 1953, 52, 53, in those days. And he has turned around the college in many ways. But unfortunately, again, he was transferred, so things had gone. And another thing about Dr. Mansinha you should know, that he is the first Odia PhD, Odia PhD. He obtained his PhD degree from Edinburgh University in English literature. So I am very thankful to you because you have not only given me the occasion to express my tribute for Professor Swadhin Pattanayak, whom we every day interact. So it is almost formal occasion. But then you also gave me opportunity to see those people whom I am yet to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Naik. Almost we are time, but still we have 10 minutes. ଆଉ ମାନସିଂଙ୍କ ମାୟାଧର ମାନସିଂଙ୍କ ଚର୍ଚ୍ଚା ଆପଣ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଯେହେତୁ ଏବଂ ଆଜି ଆମେ ବସିଛୁ ଯାହାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ଆମେ ସେଲିବ୍ରେଟ କରୁଛୁ ସେ ଗଣିତ ଧୂପରେ ଅନେକ ତରୁଣ ତରୁଣୀଙ୍କୁ ଆଶା ଏବଂ ଭାଷା ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି। ଏଇଟା ମୁଁ ଧୂପର ପ୍ରଥମ ଲାଇନ ଟା କହୁଛି ମାୟାଧର ମାନସିଂଙ୍କର କବିତା ଧୂପର। ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ରିକ୍ୱେଷ୍ଟ କରିବି ଯଦି ପ୍ରଫେସର ଲଲାଟେନ୍ଦୁ ମାନସିଂ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କହିବେ ତାହେଲେ ବିଫୋର ଡିନର ବ୍ରେକ୍ that will be great, and he stays in London and a long time friend of Swadhin sir. So I request you, Professor Mansingh, to say a few words.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Birendra Babu, for introducing me and mentioning my father.
ମୁଁ ପଢୁଥିଲି ଆପଣ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମାସକର ହେଇଥିଲେ ସେତେବେଳେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ବାପା ଗଲେ ବାହାରକୁ ଇଂଲଣ୍ଡ ଗଲେ PhD କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଏଡିନବରା।
ମୁଁ ଜନ୍ମ ହେଇଥିଲି ଭବାନୀପାଟଣାରେ।
ନାଇଁ ମୁଁ ସେଟା କାରଣ ମୋର ସେ ଦୁଇଟି ବହି ମୋ ପାଖରେ ମୁଁ ରଖିଥାଏ because I used to refer because he is very authentic and very logical. That is what actually being mathematics student we always love logic, and we find his writings are very logical. Though he's an emotional man as a poet, but in his writing is extremely logical. ସେଇଥିପାଇଁ ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଆଜି ଦେଖିଲି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଜରିଆରେ ମୁଁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ପ୍ରଫେସର ମୁଁ ଡକ୍ଟର ମାୟାଧର ମାନସିଂହ ଦେଖୁଛି।
Thank you. But today we are gathered not to discuss Mayathar Mansingh, but Dr. Swadhinananda Pattanayak. Swadhin Babu, congratulations and happy birthday. I'm sorry I could not be present at yesterday's function because it was past midnight here.
Yeah.
So I couldn't stay up. So anyway, so rather late than never. So happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
And we are gathered to celebrate your life, basically 80 years of your life. And I admire you as a visionary in mathematics. I am not a mathematician myself. I started off in geology, then switched to geophysics, then did a PhD in physics. But surprising to even to myself, I ended up teaching mathematics at the University of Western Ontario. So in some sense, although I don't consider myself a mathematician like you, certainly I would not have been in a position to understand anything of your PhD thesis. So I have heard of Toeplitz matrices. I use them once in a while, but certainly not to the depth that you show in your thesis. But the wonderful thing is that I was basically stayed on in North America after my PhD, and you decided to return and serve Odisha in India. And for that, I admire you. For me, the decision to stay here and continue research and be a professor here was an easy one, because life is comfortable here, research is easy here. Whereas in Odisha, as you have discovered, as I have discovered in your life, it has been a long struggle. Struggle against the powers that be. But I consider your life has been so rewarding because for the past few weeks, I have met and heard several of your students, many of you, hundreds in fact. I've heard their stories, and they're just absolutely inspiring. One after another, they said how They were drifting around and you found them and you inspired them to continue. So if in the sense that your life or your decision to return to India and build up India has been rewarding, has been proven many times over, just through your students. So for that only, I thank you and admire you. But I would like you to compare you for what you have tried to do, to compare you with another famous mathematician in Germany, Felix Klein, who around 1900 tried to do what you have been trying to do.
Yeah.
But he succeeded. He succeeded in changing the teaching of mathematics, the way mathematics is imaged in German society, change the syllabus both in the high school system and in the university system, undergraduate system, so that Germany then became a superpower, scientific and technical superpower, thanks to Felix Klein, and that the powers that we listened to him and followed him. In your case, the powers that we have thwarted you, have pushed you down throughout. You have succeeded, but not in full measure. Because when I hear the stories of what you did for your students in Western Odisha, in Sambalpur, why didn't the powers that we say, aha, this is a great professor. Let's try to imitate him. Let's try to see that he fulfills his goal, give him the powers so he can build upon what he has a visions for Odisha. Had they done that, had they followed that, Odisha would have been a great place now. And India would have been a much greater place now. And apart from everything else, I admire you for succeeding in setting up the Institute of Mathematics. And I admire you for setting up the Rural Mathematics Talent Search, the RMTS, which has been also one of the things that that I wanted to do, because I know that in our great population of Odisha, which is now 44 million, I would say that a huge proportion of them, of the students, of the young kids, are scared of mathematics, do not know how exciting mathematics can be. And you try to do that with the RMTS. And if that system continues and succeeds, Odisha would be flying high in the world of science and technology, and Odisha would be there. And so what I wish for you right now is that the goals that you work for, that the visions that you work for be carried out by the powers that be right now. To me, as an outsider, the Institute of Mathematics is not what it should have been by this time. Because when I look upon where I am now at the University of Western Ontario in London, Canada, we have probably about 30 mathematicians on campus, the Department of Mathematics, the Department of Applied Mathematics, Department of Statistics, etc. And the computational science would have probably 30 or 40. In Odisha, you cannot count them that high a number. And Odisha has a population of over 44 million. So we need to increase the number of mathematicians of all types, because so many new branches of mathematics are coming up. This data mining, cryptography, modeling, synthetic biology, mathematical biology, all these new fields are coming up which did not exist certainly in my student days, and they're coming up fast. And so we need to cover all these fields to teach. Even in the rural schools, we need to teach that, look, mathematics can be a great place for career. Mathematics can be a great, can be simply interesting, exciting, and also lead to a good career. This is what we need to propagate, and that has not happened. So we need to do that all together. Those of you who are in this forum, those of you who know Swadhin Babu well, should then go forward and push that his visions for Odisha are worth doing, because those are the visions that Felix Klein followed, and look what happened to Germany. Germany, in spite of its many defeats, continues to be a technical superpower. And that what we should be and what we can be if we follow Swadhin Babu's lead. So with that, Swadhin Babu, I wish you all the best. Mine is, although you have always offered me the hand of friendship, anytime I'm in Bhubaneswar, you call me to ask and come and talk to your students. And so I wish you a happy, happy birthday. And let's say that when you reach 90 and I reach 90, and that we shall look back upon life in which our visions for Odisha have been achieved to a good measure. So let's all of us who are here today in this forum, let's work towards that goal. So with that, Swadhin Babu, have a nice day.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor Mansinha.
Incidentally,
sir, are you tired?
I am not tired.
So should we take a break or we should continue? It's up to you. You take a call.
Okay. We can take a break.
Okay, sure. So maybe half an hour?
Okay, sure.
Yes. So then we are going to meet again at 9:40 Indian time.
Okay.
So
Indian
Lalu Babu, Mansinha Babu, we Om Prakash kahuche New York ru. Apan mote nahi jani, mui ebe apan thanu ebe apan karna sunli. Agru aja thanu mui apan karna suni thili.
Kontu.
Aru mui aja thanu apan aja.
Om Agarwal.
Yeah. I will call him. That is what I was trying to tell him. Yeah. And upon Bhani partner Janam he thile. Bhani partner.
Acha.
Aija thanu me upon ka phone number and aur me upon ke Ontario re phone karbi.
ठीक अछि
হয় আর আপন যে বিজে সুবিধা হি পারুছে বেলে আস নিউ ইয়র্ক এবে কোভিড হেছে এবার কথা নাই ফিউচার রে
ଆଉ 2 ବର୍ଷ ପରେ
ବର୍ଷ 2 ବର୍ଷ ଯାହା ଟାଇମ ଲାଗଲା ବୁଝଲେ କି নাই
ଆପଣ ନ୍ୟୁୟର୍କ ରେ କଣ କରୁଛନ୍ତି
ମୁଇ କୁପର ୟୁନିୟନ କରିକି ଗୋଟେ ଇଞ୍ଜିନିୟରିଂ କଲେଜ ଅଛି
it's very well known Cooper Union.
Okay. मुझे से ना मैथमेटिक्स डिपार्टमेंट रे चेयरमैन अच्छे हैं अभी
अच्छा
और अपन जिन अभी कहले क्रिप्टोग्राफी डाटा माइनिंग सब जाको आमर कॉलेज रे पढ़ा होचे एबे
अच्छा सिंथेटिक बायोलॉजी रे किछे होची मैथमेटिकल बायोलॉजी
we have some classes only in biology but not at a very advanced level.
Because that is so exciting, protein modeling, etc. These are highly exciting developments in mathematics.
Yes, and there is something else. I have taught several times medical imaging and MRI, magnetic resonance imaging.
Okay. I work on medical imaging too, so.
Yeah, so we have many things in common. And recently, I have been teaching quantum information theory.
Acha.
Yeah.
To take advantage of quantum computers.
I have taught that is the other side of it. I taught first quantum computations. I know nothing about quantum, nothing about computers or computations, but I look at the math side, quite exciting.
What Swadhin Babu tried to do by having informal relationship among students, discussions among these things, this is what should be in all scholarly gatherings. This is what leads to,
and that is what I have learned from him.
And this is what
I tried to do.
power should have listened to him.
Yeah.
So you and I enjoy this freedom of scholarly discussion.
Let's take a little break and come back.
Okay.
How Swadhin?
There are so many people from Bhani Patna. I'm really surprised. No, I have been away from India from 1976, so I don't know many people. Only person I talk very frequently is Professor Pattanayak. I call him at least twice a month, sometimes even longer.
Achha.
Yeah, for last 20 years or so.
Sir, one beauty is that I'm Motilal Panikrai. Sir, one beauty is that anybody who joins Sambalpur University as a MSc student, he is told about all the persons who have gone after the university. Who is where, we know, each one knows everybody, even though they may not have seen them, but we have heard about you, that you are in New York. We have never seen. Sir, Om sir.
Yeah.
We have never seen you, but we know that you are there. So like when we joined for the first time, then Srinivas Dada is in TIFR, Bhavani Dada is in IIT Delhi. He is there, she is there, she is there. So first thing we are introduced, not mathematics. We are introduced that all of the students have achieved so many things. So you can also achieve these things. And only two things you have to remember, that is interest and hard work. If you have interest and you can do hard work, you can achieve anything. And sky is the limit in mathematics. That is the sentence he used to say. So only this, one has to continue in that direction. Without leaving that direction, if you are going, then sky is the limit.
Yeah.
So that is how Sir has taught every student. It is not that one or two. Every student is actually really blessed. Means first time when I went to study mathematics, it is due to Sir. Our one teacher, that is Sudarshan Naik, he's in Baleswar now. I'm from Bargad. He told that actually I was doing physics honors, but I was having very much interest in mathematics. So Sudarshan Naik sir was in mathematics. I asked him, sir, should I do MSc mathematics or MSc physics? He told, I'm not the right person. You go to university and talk to Swadhin sir. He will be the right person to tell you whether you should do MSc in mathematics or anything else. So I went to university. That was just after completing BSc. And I asked him only, sir, I want to meet Professor Swadhin sir, and I have to talk to him. At that time, I was not knowing who is Swadhin sir.
Yeah.
So, and I am asking him only. Then he told, so from where you have come, I have told from Bargad. Sir, I physics honors koriche, mathematics pass. Bale मैं MSc mathematics रे करी पारमी के. Bale सेते बले ये जुड़े sentence कहले. If you have interest and if you can do hard work, then sky is the limit in mathematics. किंतु से नहीं कहले जे मुई स्वाधीन सर है बोली करी से नहीं बताले जे से स्वाधीन सर आन बोली करी अब मैं इतने दूर तमने बॉस रे आसी करिए दे आ यूनिवर्सिटी के ही ते जाके पचरे पार में सर एकला थिले बोले सर के पचरा लिया सर तो कहले नहीं स्वाधीन सर के न अच्छे बोले मुझे मायूस एक पलि गली किंतु से जन जुड़े सेंटेंस कहले तापरे जाइकरी मुई अप्लाई कली एमएससी मैथमेटिक्स रे आउ तांकर आशीर्वाद रे टॉपर भी हेली बोले आउ तापरे तमने आउ अन्य किछि जॉब रे हमें जीवाली भाबलु भी नहीं पीएचडी करमु आ पार्ट त मैथमेटिक्स ही परस्यू करमु बोले सेटा होचे सारकर ता माने अवदान सेथिर लागि हमको ता माने हम जीवन केबे नहीं भूली पारो तार घर के केते बेले भी जाई पारबे किए भी मिसी पारबे किछि नो रेस्ट्रिक्शन तार पूर्व हम टीचर मन को पाके टीचर मन को संगे कथा हवा के भी डर लागुतला आगो एक्चुअली आगरो जस्ट दैट एमएससी पूर्वरु टीचर मन को संगे कथा हवाटा गोटे तर बहुत बड़ कथा केंदी कथा मुझे हम नहीं जानि पारुथे किंतु स्वाधीन सर संग मिसला परे आमे सब टीचर मन को संगे ता माने एकदम इक्वल फ्रेंड्स फिलोसोफर फादर जेन रिलेशन चाहबे से रिलेशन हमें जुड़ी पड़तलो so that is what I am saying that Professor Swadhin sir is how he makes all people that our first time जते मते कहले बॉम्बे जीवा मते पहले अमेरिका जीवा ਲਈ कहले मैं केबे बरगड़ त माने बरगड़ संबलपुर बाहर के नहीं जाई मते पहला अमेरिका जीवा ਲਈ कहले मैं तो भाभी भी नहीं पारली एटा संभव है बोली करी किंतु घरु बाहरवाटा शिखी गली एटलीस्ट थैंक यू सर डिनर टाइम वाला समस्त
ओम सर
हाँ हाँ
मुई एला भवानी शंकर पंडा
अच्छा
मुई बनपड़नार लोग
अच्छा अच्छा हाँ काली मैं सुनी थी आपन कटा
हाँ सर आपण ये मोती जते कहले मोतीलाल जते कहले
हाय
आमे भी इनती सब बेले आपन ना सुनिथलु सर कहूतिले
हां
तो भनपाड़नार पिला गोटे जाइछे स्टोनी बुक तमे भी जॉब बोली करी तो मुई एबे आईटी दिल्ली रे अच्छे प्रोफेसर
अच्छा
तो भनपाड़नार बहुत गुडा को अच्छन याड साडे
होय मुई आगे ठानु सुनी
जानु
जानी छे होय
विश्वरंजन बेहरा आईएसआई कोलकाता रे अच्छन
अच्छा
आ गंगा बुष्ट मुन गोटे भी आ गोटे गुड मैथमेटिशियन से अच्छन किट भुवनेश्वर रे
अच्छा
आ अन्य माने भी अच्छन एंदी करी बनपड़ना रे बहुत गुडा को मैथमेटिशियन अच्छन इनफैक्ट हम माने बाहर के पीएचडी करी आसी करी रही गनु नेले जे माने एमएससी करी करी अच्छन से माने भी बहुत गुडा को डिफरेंट स्मॉल कॉलेज रे अच्छन
अच्छा अच्छा
तो अच्छन बनपड़ना रे एक्चुअली बहुत जगह रे जो स्कूल मन के इंग्लिश टीचर फीचर अन्य नहीं ना तो पिला माने निजे निजे कसी करी मैथमेटिक्स बहुत सीखी छन आपन तो जानि थिबे बनपड़ना कलानी रो कथा तो अच्छन बहुत गुडा को अच्छन किंतु बेसी लोग स्कोप नहीं पाई बाहर के आसबा काजे तो संगे संगे रही गले नहीं तो इट्स ए गुड प्लेस फॉर मैथमेटिक्स
ओम सर हेलो इट्स दीपक हियर मूवी सर वाणी पढ़नारू सर मोना दीपक मूवी वाणी पढ़नारू and actually I wanted to thank you for something I'm a student from IIM Bhubaneswar first batch actually and like I'm completely in debt to you for all the books that you supported to the library like yeah I could seriously say after NBHM the second biggest supporter is probably you so maybe first maybe more than NBHM also I'm not sure
Professor Agarwal
thank you sir
also has a very nice
wow Somya
yeah he has a very nice collection at his house
you and you are already there
no I've been there since the beginning I just wanted to say that actually things got a bit busy I wanted to be a bit involved I could not be but one thing that is missing in this meeting is a complete generation like most of them are students of Swadhin sir from master's student or like from the 80s or 90s but the Olympiad generation in the 2000s and the late 90s that part is missing if there was a longer time I could have collected them Anit I could contact to send a video message and all but I think the Olympiad movement was very influential for a lot of us and I guess Om is someone who I had heard of like from 2002 camp 2003 JMO RMO camps and all that and then eventually I guess in a serendipitous meeting we had a couple of years ago I believe And
Yeah.
then, yeah, so it feels like a big family. And
Yes.
it's very nice to be here and listen to all the stories from his earlier life. But it would
Yeah, I
have
was
also,
going to even tell them about how I met you, through my student.
yeah. I mean, I can narrate that story a little bit since Swadhin
Sure,
sir
no
is,
trouble.
since there's
Yeah.
a break time. Actually, I was doing my PhD in University of Pennsylvania, 2011 to 2016. And to Marcus Michelin, 2 years junior to me. So he had joined and he said, okay, I'm in Cooper. I did my undergrad in Cooper Union. So I told him, oh, do you know Om Agarwal? And then he said, oh yeah, I know him. He's a very cool guy and all that. So he went on and I guess he remembered that I know Om. So he mentioned my name to Om and then Om called me at some point. And it was very nice knowing you. Like I had heard of you from like 15 years ago, but eventually I could and you're very, your hospitality and like you and your wife and your son, everyone, it was great, like going to New York. And I'm back in India now. So in Bangalore, and I guess Deepak is probably kind of my neighbor. We have not met, but
I'm
yeah.
still in quarantine, so yeah, I went up. I'm
Yeah.
still in
So I
quarantine.
guess eventually we'll meet at some point.
Yeah. Yes.
Mhm.
We're
Yeah,
actually one street apart, so but
I live in Saptagiri actually. Saptagiri
I
residence.
also live in Saptagiri. I'm in
Third
fifth
cross.
cross.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I live in third cross. Yeah. Mhm. So.
So you are talking about Bangalore, I suppose.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
talking about Bangalore. I'm in ISA right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sir, overall, sir.
Come again.
Sir, I'm Dhananjay Mont from Kolandi.
Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir.
What is not moderated?
ମୋର post graduation mathematics ସାରିଲି 95 ରେ ତାପରେ ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ଟ୍ରାକ୍ ଚେଞ୍ଜ କଲି LLB କଲି ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣମେଣ୍ଟ ଆଡଭୋକେଟ ଅଛି
ଆଚ୍ଛା
ଆଚ୍ଛା କିଏ ମଡରେଟ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି?
ବହୁତ କଥା ହେଇଛି
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଆଉ
କିଏ କରୁଛନ୍ତି?
ପଣ୍ଡା ସାର୍ ମୋ ରିଲେଟିଭ ପ୍ରଫେସର ପଣ୍ଡା ଆପଣ ଆଇ ଥିଙ୍କ ଆମର କାହ୍ନୁର କକା ହେବେ ବୋଧେ
হয়
ହଁ କାହ୍ନୁ ସାର୍ ମୋ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ଲ କରୁଥିଲା ଏବେ ତା ସାଙ୍ଗେ ମୋର କଣ୍ଟାକ୍ଟ ଅଛି
হয়
ସେ ସବୁବେଳେ
କାହ୍ନୁର ବାପା ମୋର ବଡ ଭାଇ
ଆଜ୍ଞା
Sandip Babu, ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ it's a break.
ମୁଁ ଜାଣିଛି ଯେ କିନ୍ତୁ ମୋର ଯୋଉ ଇଏଟା କହିବାର ଥିଲା ସେଟା ସ୍ୱାଧୀନକୁ କହିବାର ନାହିଁ ସେଟା ଅନ୍ୟମାନଙ୍କୁ କହିବାର ଅଛି ମେ ବି ଦିସ୍ ଇଜ ଏ ବେଟର ଅପରଚ୍ୟୁନିଟି I suggest that all his students ଏଠି ଯିଏ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଯୋଉମାନେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଆର୍ଟିଷ୍ଟ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ ଗୋଟେ ନେଟୱାର୍କ ତିଆରି କରନ୍ତୁ ପ୍ରତି ବ୍ଲକରେ so that ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ମେଧା ମାନେ ଆମର ଯୋଉ ମେଧାବୃତ୍ତି କଣ ତା ମାନେ ପଠାଣି ସାମନ୍ତ ମେଧାବୃତ୍ତି ଯୋଉ ପିଲାମାନେ ପାଉଛନ୍ତି ପ୍ରତି ବ୍ଲକରେ 10ଟା କରି ସେମାନେ ଯେମିତି ତାଙ୍କୁ ମେଣ୍ଟର କରିବା ହବ କାହିଁକିନା RMTS ର ମେଜର ବେନିଫିଟ ଥିଲା ଯୋଉ କ୍ୟାମ୍ପ ଗୁଡା ହଉଥିଲା ସେ କ୍ୟାମ୍ପ ଗୁଡା ବନ୍ଦ ହେଇଯାଇଛି ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ତେଣୁ ସେଇଟାକୁ ରିପ୍ଲେସ କେମିତି କରିବା ଆମେ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିଥିଲୁ ଯେ ଟିଚର୍ସ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଟ୍ରେନ କରିବା ଯୋଉଟା ଚାଇନାରେ ହେଇଥିଲା ଟ୍ରେନିଂ ଦ ଟିଚର୍ସ ସେଇଟା ଆମେ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିଥିଲୁ କିନ୍ତୁ it could not be done properly. IMA was understaffed and blah blah blah. But I am suggesting if we can have a network, and I am told that there is already a network of his students which is controlled or created by Tarakanta Nayak. If we can use that network to go to every block and find out who are the 10 that are been selected and given the money, we can then from this network, these days even Zoom teaching can be done. I was talking to Kedar yesterday. He is now in Suratkal, but his block is Jharsuguda. He can find out those students and through Zoom can teach once a week it can be made, I mean, it can be achieved if we work for it. So I was kind of going to throw a challenge to his students and admirers to build this network, you know, so that by his 81st birthday, we have a network already built, and see what can be achieved. Just wishing him another 20 years will not, you know, you are giving the ball again back in his park. We want that his ideas should be taken and fructified, and as Lalu Babu said earlier, we can change the mathematics, you know, background of Orissa. We have found last year that there was a survey taken in which mathematicians were, you know, Orissa, the average school student mathematics is better than all India level. That's in some index they tested and surveyed. So I am suggesting that we have the potential, whatever we have done in RMTS, let us take it further and create this network so that anybody we find has a potential talent, like somebody was telling here, we should go and mentor him, talk to him that, okay, there is Om Agarwal in New York. He went up from this and went there. There is, you know, this Kedar. I have been, when he was sent to London, and he, then he had his accident, but now he is gone up against the odds. So how can we help people to get that, you know, idea that it is possible, and it is only possible if we mentor them. That was actually my, I mean, gist of my written up talk. I had shared it with Gargi yesterday, and I am really sorry that I'm late. I missed the other people's talks here. They must have been brilliant. I will look at the recording. And this is what I think we should get out of it. Otherwise, you know, wishing well is not enough. Only person can go on forever if his ideas are materialized and sponsored and implemented. Thank you. Swadhin asile chance chhadibi mu kahibi je kintu mu bhabuchi
you will speak again. You will speak again formally after the break.
I don't know if idea mane jo katha kahili kette loko achanti sabu to band heichi ye tebbi je kathabarta houtla mu bhabili je kahile bhalo habo. I am trying to get in touch with people like Somakanta, Kartik achi, you know, I have talked to them that we let us go ahead in this way. Himalaya is there, I see quite a few, but let us implement this thing. I have talked.
Sandip Babu, mu interfere korchi je ye hechi bartaman intermission re bhalo hechi discussion ta kahi ki na formal area ita discussion hei paribani. Bishesata apun jota kahile forward looking idea ta eta pai kiye leadership naban eki gote group chat karibo kariki kimti eta implement hei paribo eta a meeting re hei pariboni eta ko konis pare upon kiye would coordinate kariya padiba either Kedar or somebody has to do it. Ame RMTS mote apna joda kahile mu to se bhabuthili ଯେ probably ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ବାବୁଙ୍କର ସବୁଠାରୁ ବଡ଼ ଦାନ ହେଉଛି RMTS। ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ରକମ ଦେଉଛି, ଅନ୍ୟ ଗୁଡ଼ାକ ତାକୁ ବିଲ୍ଡ କରିଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ ଫାଇନାଲ ଷ୍ଟେପଟା ହେଉଛି RMTS।
What is RMTS?
Or Rural Math Talent Search.
Okay, thank you.
এইটা হচ্ছে তার যেটা ইয়ে কহিলে সন্দীপ বাবু ক্যাম্প হতলা, সে ক্যাম্প অলসো হ্যাজ এ মিনিং। ମୁଁ ମାନୁଛି ଯେ ଆଜିକାଲି ଜୁମ୍ ହେବା ଦ୍ୱାରା ମ୍ୟାଥମେଟିକ୍ସ ବା ଇଏ ପଢ଼େଇ ହେବ, ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ସ ଟ୍ରୁ, କିନ୍ତୁ କ୍ୟାମ୍ପ ଆଇଡ଼ିଆଟାକୁ ଛାଡ଼ିବା ଉଚିତ ନୁହେଁ। ଆଣ୍ଡ ମୁଁ ଯାହା ଶୁଣୁଛି ଗଭର୍ଣ୍ଣମେଣ୍ଟର ସପୋର୍ଟ ଅଛି ଟୁ RMTS। ଏଟାକୁ କେମିତି ଇମ୍ପ୍ଲିମେଣ୍ଟେସନଟା ସିଷ୍ଟମାଟିକାଲି କେମିତି ହେଇପାରିବ, এইটা হচ্ছে বড় চিন্তার বিষয়। এইটাকে কেমতে আগেইব। And it is one of the Lalu bankar overall idea হচ্ছে কৌচন্তি যে Odisha will be one day the mathematical, what you call
superpower.
Powerhouse.
Superpower ମୁଁ କହିବି ନାହିଁ, but at least तार spread mathematical knowledge spread ता हबो। एटा it is मु तो कहବାକୁ ଯାଉଥିଲି ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ବାବୁଙ୍କ ବିଷୟରେ ତ କହିଥାନ୍ତି, ମାନେ ତାଙ୍କର ଯୋଉ, well I can tell right now, he's like Triveni, ଯୋଉଠି ଗଙ୍ଗା ଯମୁନା ମିଶିଛି। ଗଙ୍ଗା ହଉଛି ଧରନ୍ତୁ intellectual activism, the other is social activism. These मिसिके जो RMTS concept asichi from these two. Mathematicians do not bother about social activism, and social activisms, of course, intellectually whosoever what. But he has this rare quality of combining together. And the other ये होची जोटा कि समझते कहले कहीं कि यही पारिनी अनेक जिन्स, because he is a visionary. He's a visionary. It's not only जे mathematics से भलो कले mathematics पढ़ेवा, किंतु the concept, I am a concept of a joint concept, but Odisha रे एटा करा है। And he was chosen to be the director because everybody must have thought that he is the right person. The other is, of course, tankar jota mu jetiki janibare hochi RMTS concept. RMTS is absolutely a grand concept. Kahinki na kehi imiti ki every government has gone through. They talk about grassroots, but nothing has been done. But this is a concept. This is a concept where he has thought very carefully that eta saharare Bhubaneswar ki Kotak bhi Raurkela mathematics rohibani, because we have young, bright boys and girls everywhere, and why shouldn't they get the privilege? And setare aa gote katha mu RMTS ko out ke samaste jetiki janichun mu jane Sita could be evenly distribute kariya ko chahanti between boys and girls in region, different regional distribution must be even. Sabuda ko he balanced it and created this RMTS. And Sandip babu jota kahile jodi etaku seriously, Kedar also called me yesterday. What I think is the same issue. Issue is how to keep that dream of Swadhin Babu continue. And this will be probably one of the greatest thing. I'm not talking about Swadhin Babu only, in terms of Odisha even. Odisha would achieve. And Momanachi, the RMTS, Arambaitla, Matta Swadhin Babu, they koichanti. This idea was to spread to other states, but I don't know anything about it. Or anything. I don't know. But this is a grand concept.
Sir, may I say something? This is
Please,
Sudhir.
go ahead.
Yeah, Sandip sir, thanks a lot for bringing this issue because I was involved in RMTS extensively during my masters, and as well as after master, I worked 1 year extensively for RMTS in IMA. So I think I remember that there was a plan at some point of time that Swadhin sir wanted to train around 40,000 students every year, and basically going and dividing block by block, both students and teacher. And then the question you asked was like how to continue those kind of things. So I think one is to do in a systematic way, in a collective way, but that seems a little bit hard in some sense. I mean, it's possible, but I guess that it's a bit complicated process. But what I wanted to say is in personal level. So I have been doing similar kind of thing in personal level last 3-4 years near to my village area, jointly with Professor Prasant Panigrahi. He is a professor at ISER Kolkata in physics department. So I think in my near my village, maybe I can share a little that what we did was we asked the village for some kind of public place, and we randomly we appoint two teacher, and whoever comes basically we teaching last 3-4 years, which has got stopped recently due to the COVID virus and some other problem. So what I would like to point out is maybe at some point we all should try to make it systematic way, but before that maybe in personal level and how small possible, I mean irrespective of how small, maybe in personal level, if people will try little as much as they can, I think that will also make quite a bit difference. Instead of waiting to make it in a like big grand way, maybe in personal level, people should try to do things in as small as possible. Maybe let's say 10 student or 15 student, and as much as they can take care. And I think that number is more. In other words, like if the number of people who do very small things in a large scale, that can make a huge impact.
Sudhir, ତମେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କ'ଣ କରୁଛ?
ମୁଁ ସାର୍ ଏବେ ଅଛି ହଂକଂ ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟିରେ as a postdoctoral fellow, but I think in January I will be moving to Poland this January. Hopefully, if travel and kind of things are okay. Sir.
Okay, so when you say you are working with villages, this is on your when you go home on vacation, you interact with the students. Na kaun karo?
Vacation I do that, but I have appointed 2 teachers from village, and so there were 59 students were initially coming. Still more students came, but we couldn't provide space. Yeah, I mean, so like I do take care of calling like every week kind of things, and when I visit, of course I get involved. Yeah, but what I wanted to point out is I didn't wanted to highlight my things, what I'm doing on. I mean, that is something with Professor Prasant Panigrahi. He's a physicist, if you know him. Yeah, but what I was trying to point out is maybe at some point we can do in a much systematic way in a large scale. But before that, I think in personal level, how small possible doesn't matter. Let's say 1 student, somebody can take care. And I don't think it's like very hard. 1 student, 2 students, as much as possible, people should try to do that. And I think if that number is large, in other words, the number of people trying to do small thing, if that number is large, I think the impact could be still huge.
Yeah, since you are in Hong Kong University, do you have a feel if the Chinese in China, there is such a system to teach mathematics to the students, or is their system of education so good Because I have observed that Chinese students come with a higher knowledge of mathematics than.
So I think this thing we used to discuss with Swadhin sir a lot while I was working in IMA. And also because of my own interest also, I do keep on observing, and I taught a course here in the university 2 semesters before. What happened is I think they are doing a huge amount of training program for this international math Olympiad. It's like in huge scale, like 60,000 per year training, and I'm not talking number of students, but in terms of number of training program. And as a result, so what they do is I think they try to find out good kids. So whatever this good students for them in young stage, and they put a lot of focus on them for several years so that they can qualify IMO and kind of things. So their system is a little bit, I mean, I think there is little problem in that system also. So initially they try to define, okay, this guy is good in maths or this guy is not good in math. So basically then they will try to ignore the whatever so-called not good or something, and they focus a lot in the whatever they have defined as like some good in maths or something like that.
So
And
whichever,
like,
so sorry, after you finish your thought, I want to share something. Sudhir, after you finish your thought.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, so I was just, I mean, I was just trying to say that. So once they define this good kid, but this kind of training program, they are running in huge scale, like I mean, at least 40,000 per year.
Yes, so can I say a few things?
And Swadhin sir wanted to implement this in body side. Sorry? Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so what I have noticed is typically they're very clinical, not just China, even like Iran also is a much smaller country than India. They also do very well in all the like math Olympiad or physics Olympiad and so on. And India typically does well in physics Olympiad. That's because the JEE syllabus is very much related to those Olympiads, physics, chemistry, and those. But the math Olympiad is quite different. So what happens in Iran, for example, is once you are qualified to that level, you automatically get admission to your best universities. So the 12th standard, they don't have to attend any class. So essentially, they know that they are going to attend university to the best college after their 12th. So they spend 6 months in very rigorous training camps. So they have very clinical approach to these competitions, and it is very hard to beat that if that is just like one very tiny aspect of your life. So that is what I had noticed while looking into countries' programs.
Yeah, I think it's probably, I mean, SARS can say much more. I think the thing is not to beat anyone or something. The question is, can we improve the system in some significant way? And whatever way we can improve, probably, I mean, whatever way possible to improve in individual level, probably we should start doing in whatever way possible.
Right. I mean,
I think instead of thinking that okay, this happened, that happened. I mean, is it possible to improve in whatever significant? I mean, whatever small way possible. I mean, that's the
my point was essentially they are very much clinical. That's why like they have this massive amount of students and.
Okay. So let's resume. Is Mahendra sir achanti ki?
No, Mahendra sir, I don't think he'll be there.
Okay, so then I will request Professor Sandip Dasverma to be our next speaker, and he is in US. Yeah, hello.
Hello, can I am Professor Mohanty Mishra's daughter.
Okay.
And I'm Sunita.
Oh, hello.
And hello. And Papa, he tried to join in. Actually, I'm talking from Hyderabad. He tried to join in, but he could not. There was a slight problem. So Gargi requested me to briefly read out what he had to say.
Sure, please.
Baba wanted to say that he has known, actually, Swadhin Mosa knows me also. I am also very well known to him. In fact, I have grown up along with him in the university campus. And those of you who have been on the campus would remember me also around with you people as a kid. Papa has written that I have known Swadhin Babu closely for almost 45 years now as a colleague, as a friend. We worked together, retired, and again worked together. I cherish him always as a scholar, a person who has the mental space to think about others and think about the community at large and be with people who need him the most. His idealism was exasperating at times, but it was also heartening to see how it allowed him to search for and find merit in places and people least expected. His warmth as a fellow human being has always been contagious. I wish him a long and fulfilling life on his 80th birthday. Uh, Mosa, a happy birthday from me also.
Thank you, Sunny.
Sorry, Bappa, he tried to, but this yesterday's meeting he could hear. Today's was a little complicated.
At his command, so he couldn't do it. I know.
Yeah, I tried to, but I could not manage. So Gargi suggested that I read this out. And thanks also to Gargi for managing this meeting. And thank you all. Thank you, Mosa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia.
Yeah, I mean, now I will request Professor Sandip Dasverma from US, who knew Swadhin Pattanayak much before any of us. And he is a friend from his college days. So, Professor Dasverma, please.
Hello, everyone. Swadhin, I am one day late in wishing you your happy birthday, though not publicly, but I have already wished you yesterday. But let me read what I told earlier in your absence in this August gathering. Let me read that, but I have to add two more things at the end. Dear friends, I'll start with a poetry of Lord Tennyson, The Brooks. I chatter, chatter as I flow to join the brimming river, for men may come, men may go, but I go on forever. Rarely do men like my friend Swadhin Pattanayak come to us who inspire and motivate generations of men and women to rise above the rut, to change the world. Swadhin is by common consent one of those men. I join you all in wishing him another 20 years, but he will not go on forever. But knowing him from my Ravenshaw College days, when we used to sit on the front row on the right side of PLT1 and dream, I know he will not be satisfied with that. We used to admire the so-called socialist monk of India, Swami Vivekananda. I am sure Swadhin would like to leave a permanent impression in the math education of Orissa. How? That is the question. That is the subject of my talk today. Many of you may know that government of Orissa is conducting a program, Pathani Samanto Medhavrutti post RMTS, rural math, which stands for Rural Math Talent Search for everybody's information. Government of Orissa awards 10 scholarship to students in each of the 314 blocks of Orissa every year. A total number of scholarships is a staggering 3,140, whereas RMTS awarded only 200 scholarships. It is a quantum jump, except they don't hold the follow-up camps, where kids were exposed to Swadhin's mentorship. Many of you, they are in IMA campus every 6 months, thus being mentored and monitored after spotting of their talent to fruition of their talent. Unfortunately, these camps have been discontinued after Swadhin left IMA and RMTS. Thus, many more kids are getting scholarships and larger scholarships too, but zero mentorship and monitoring. An attempt was made to train teachers by IMA and in IMA instead of students, who in turn will train the students in higher mathematical concepts. This was done in China when they trained 20,000 teachers. But in absence of active cooperation of government of Orissa, it did not fructify or flower. What I am suggesting today is a novel way of building from bottom up rather than top down. I think we can spot in each of the 314 blocks a coordinator who is a mathematician, an ex-student of Swadhin, who will meet and mentor these 10 scholarship holders of their block. They will first connect to the block office to connect to each and every one of these students. Then by meeting them at least 3 times a year, and if possible, taking advantage of Zoom revolution in progress to mentor and monitor these kids. Thus will reconnect the missing link. As connectivity grows, we can give each kid a tablet and give them the connectivity. They can be hugely helped by their mentors. Based on the report of the designated mentor in each block, we can assist and aid these kids to fruition of their talents. I was told today that a network called Bandhu has been developed and Professor Tarakanta Nayak is in charge. If we can use this network with the 3,140 block level students with 314 mentors, we will take a huge leap forward. Let us start on Swadhin's 80th birthday and see what we can achieve by his 81st. I would like to discuss this proposal offline anytime, and I would request those who are interested to get in touch. I know some of our XRMTS students and I am in touch, but we need to have to trace back to that 314 blocks before it is achieved. And Swadhin, while we wish you best on your 80th birthday, and we want you to have 20 years of life so that you hit a century in cricket terms, somebody has wished. I wish that this particular legacy is created and we reach the grassroots. I remember what you told me started RMTS. It was actually, after 20 years of gap, when you went to Sambalpur to teach there, and when internet made it possible to connect, and I went to you to institute a scholarship in my father's name, and you told me that you will only help me in one condition. That condition is that 90% of math talents are lost because they are from rural areas, only 10% from the urban areas are tapped. And since talent is born randomly, we are missing out on 90% of them. So if I agree that we will make a program exclusively for the rural students, then only you will agree to my proposal. Well, it so happened that the first time I think 1,500 students participated. You picked up 30 of them, and we awarded only 1,500 rupees in a whole year. This Medhabrutti is way, beyond that. But we see today from all these people, your students, that those following camps and every RMTS has created a cadre of mathematicians. If we really pursue it, network with them, and we go to each block, we'll unearth those talents. And like Israel, a small country with 15 million people, providing, more than 50% of the Nobel laureates, we can do something very soon. So I urge everybody to wish you, but work for creating your legacy. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Dasverma. So I think Professor Gokulanda Das is connected. So may I request him to say a few words? Professor Das, are you connected?
Yes.
Can you?
Hello. Yes.
Hello. Good to see you, sir.
ମୁଁ ଅତ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଖୁସି ଯେ ସ୍ୱାଧୀନତାର 80ତମ ଜନ୍ମ ଦିବସ ପାଳନ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛି। ତାଙ୍କର ଛାତ୍ରମାନେ, ତାଙ୍କ ସହଯୋଗୀମାନେ ଏ ଦିବସ ପାଳନ କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ମୁଁ ଏତେ ପରିମାଣରେ ଓତପ୍ରୋତ ଭାବରେ ଜଡ଼ିତ ଯେ କେବଳ ମୁଁ ନୁହେଁ, ଆମ ପରିବାର ସମସ୍ତେ ମୁଁ ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ କି ନିଜର ସାନ ଭାଇ ବୋଲି ବିବେଚନା କରେ। ମୋ ଦେହ ବିଶେଷ ସୁସ୍ଥ ନୁହେଁ, ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରୁଛି ମୋର ସ୍ତ୍ରୀ ନୀନା ଦାସ ମୁଁ ଲେଖିଥିବା ବିଷୟଟିକୁ ପଢ଼ିଦେବ। ପଢ଼ୁନି
हेलो
नमस्कार नमस्कार
हेलो
नमस्कार
हेलो
हेलो
आज्ञा मैडम सुबुची
नमस्कार मैडम
नमस्कार नमस्कार सार बेसी कही पारु नांती तो हेलो
हाँ
हाँ मु कहि दउची सार करो येटा मु तो पठेई देइची बट मु कहि दउची स्वाधीन रो एकमात्र कन्या गार्गी ठारू जानिबाको पाइली जे नवेम्बर 30 रे स्वाधीन 80 वर्ष रे पदार्पण करिवो एवं सेथि निमते मोर अनुभव को लिखित आकार रे प्रकाश करिबाकू गार्गीर अनुरोध। स्वाधीन सहित मोर संपर्क अनेक वर्ष पूर्वरु जेबे आमे दुहे रेभेन्सा कॉलेज रे छात्र थिलु। स्वाधीन मो ठारू 2 वर्ष जूनियर थिला। 1960 मसिया कॉलेज पढ़ा सरू सरू अध्यापक चाकरी निमंते सरकार काठारू नियुक्ति पत्रटे पाइली। गंगाधर मेहर कॉलेज रे जोग देली। सेही समय रे मोर शिक्षा गुरु प्रोफेसर बामाचरण दास डीपीआई 1962 मसिया डॉक्टर त्रिविक्रम पति तत्वावधान रे गवेषणा पई जबलपुर रे पहुंचली। कॉलेज पढ़ा पर स्वाधीन उत्कल विश्वविद्यालय रु गवेषणा निमंते अमेरिका यात्रा कला। से स्टोनी ब्रुक विश्वविद्यालय रे प्रोफेसर आरजी डगलास को अधीन रे गवेषणा आरंभ कला। शिवछनंद राउरकेला यांत्रिक महाविद्यालय रु गवेषणा पई କାନାଡାର କୁଇନ୍ସ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟକୁ ଯାତ୍ରା କରିଥିଲା। ଆମେ 3 ଜଣ ଆମର ସାକ୍ଷାତ ଅବସରରେ ଗବେଷଣା ସମୟରେ ଅନୁଭବ କରିଥିବା ସମସ୍ୟା ସମ୍ପର୍କରେ ଆଲୋଚନା କରିଥିଲୁ। ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଗଣିତ ପାଠ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ଅନୁନ୍ନତ ଥିବାରୁ ଆମମାନଙ୍କୁ କଠିନ ପରିଶ୍ରମ କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିଥିଲା। ଗବେଷଣା କ୍ଷେତ୍ରରେ 1972 ମସିହାରେ ଗଣିତ ସଂସଦର ଜନ୍ମ। ପବିତ୍ର ଗଣେଶ ଚତୁର୍ଥୀ ଦିନ ଉତ୍କଳ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟର ବାଣୀବିହାର କ୍ୟାମ୍ପସ ମଧ୍ୟରେ ଥିବା ଶ୍ରୀ ବିଶ୍ୱେଶ୍ୱର ମନ୍ଦିର ପ୍ରାଙ୍ଗଣରେ ଏହାର ଶୁଭ ଉଦ୍ଘାଟନ ଉତ୍ସବ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠିତ ହୋଇଥିଲା। ସେହି ବର୍ଷ ଡିସେମ୍ବର ମାସରେ ଉତ୍କଳ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟର ଗଣିତ ବିଭାଗର ଏହି ସଂସଦର ପ୍ରଥମ ଅଧିବେଶନ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠିତ ହୋଇଥିଲା। ଉତ୍କଳ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟର ମୁଖ୍ୟ ଡକ୍ଟର ଶଙ୍କର ପ୍ରସାଦ ମିଶ୍ରଙ୍କ ଆହ୍ୱାନରେ ବହୁ ସଂଖ୍ୟକ ଗଣିତ ଶିକ୍ଷକ ଓ ଅଧ୍ୟାପକ ଏହି ଅଧିବେଶନରେ ଯୋଗ ଦେଇଥିଲେ। ଉତ୍କଳ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟର ତତ୍କାଳୀନ କୁଳପତି ପ୍ରଫେସର ଡକ୍ଟର ରମାନାଥ ମହାନ୍ତି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଗଣିତ ସଂସଦର ପ୍ରଥମ ସଭାପତି ଓ ଡକ୍ଟର ଶଙ୍କର ପ୍ରସାଦ ମିଶ୍ର ସେକ୍ରେଟାରୀ ନିମନ୍ତେ ମନୋନୀତ ହେଲେ। ସେହି ଅଧିବେଶନରେ ସ୍କୁଲ ପାଠ୍ୟକ୍ରମରେ ଜ୍ୟାମିତି କିପରି ଅତ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଅନୁନ୍ନତ ସ୍ତରରେ ଅଛି ତାହା ମୋର ବକ୍ତବ୍ୟ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ବ୍ୟାଖ୍ୟା କରିଥିଲି। ଗଣିତଜ୍ଞ ମହେଶଙ୍କ ଦ୍ୱାରା ଲିଖିତ ପୁସ୍ତକ ଜୋମେଟ୍ରି ଫ୍ରମ୍ ଆଡଭାନ୍ସ ଷ୍ଟାଣ୍ଡ ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଅଧ୍ୟୟନ କରିବା ପରେ ମୋର ଏହି ଧାରଣା ଦୃଢ଼ୀଭୂତ ହୋଇଥିଲା। ଜ୍ୟାମିତିକୁ ସମୃଦ୍ଧ କରିବା ନିମନ୍ତେ ସେଟ୍ର ଆବଶ୍ୟକତା ଅତ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଜରୁରୀ ବୋଲି ହୃଦବୋଧ ହେଲା। ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ସ୍ପେକ୍ଟ୍ରାଲ ଥିଓରି ଅଫ୍ ହିଲବର୍ଟ ସ୍ପେସ୍ ସମ୍ବନ୍ଧରେ କହିଥିଲା। OMS ର ପ୍ରଥମ ଅଧିବେଶନ ଉପଲକ୍ଷେ ଏକ ସୋଭେନିୟର ପ୍ରକାଶ ପାଇଲା। ତନ୍ମଧ୍ୟରେ ମୋର ଏକ ସନ୍ଦର୍ଭ ସ୍ଥାନ ପାଇଥିଲା ଯାହାର ନାମ ଥିଲା ପୋଷ୍ଟେରିଟି ଶାଲ୍ ନଟ୍ ଏକ୍ସକ୍ୟୁଜ୍ ଅସ୍। ଏହାର ପ୍ରୁଫ୍ କରେକ୍ସନ ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ କରିଥିଲା। ଏହି ସୋଭେନିୟରରେ ପାଠ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ପରିବର୍ତ୍ତନ ନିମନ୍ତେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଅଧ୍ୟାପକମାନଙ୍କ ଦ୍ୱାରା ଲିଖିତ ଅନେକ ଉପାଦେୟ ସନ୍ଦର୍ଭ ପ୍ରକାଶ ପାଇଲା, କିନ୍ତୁ କୌଣସି ପ୍ରସ୍ତାବ ଗୃହୀତ ହୋଇପାରିଲା ନାହିଁ। ଆଗାମୀ ଅଧିବେଶନ ନିମନ୍ତେ ଏହା ସ୍ଥଗିତ ରହିଲା। ପରବର୍ଷ ରାଉରକେଲା ଯାନ୍ତ୍ରିକ ମହାବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟରେ ଗଣିତ ସଂସଦର ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ଅଧିବେଶନ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠିତ ହୋଇଥିଲା। ଏକ ନୂତନ ପାଠ୍ୟକ୍ରମର ଶିକ୍ଷା ପ୍ରସଙ୍ଗ ଏହି ଅଧିବେଶନରେ ଗୃହୀତ ହେଲା, କିନ୍ତୁ ଏହି ପାଠ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ସମ୍ବଳିତ ପୁସ୍ତକ ପ୍ରଣୟନ ହୋଇନଥିବାରୁ ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ଓ ମୁଁ ସମ୍ବଲପୁର ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟର ତତ୍କାଳୀନ କୁଳପତି ପ୍ରଫେସର ଦେବେନ୍ଦ୍ର ମିଶ୍ରଙ୍କୁ ସାକ୍ଷାତ କରି ଏହି ସମସ୍ୟା ପ୍ରତି ତାଙ୍କର ଦୃଷ୍ଟି ଆକର୍ଷଣ କଲୁ। OMS ଦ୍ୱାରା ପ୍ରସ୍ତୁତ ଓ ସମ୍ବଲପୁର ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟର ବୋର୍ଡ ଅଫ୍ ଷ୍ଟଡିଜ୍ ଦ୍ୱାରା ଗୃହୀତ ପାଠ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ଅନୁସାରେ ପାଠ୍ୟପୁସ୍ତକ ପ୍ରଣୟନ କରିବାର ଦାୟିତ୍ୱ ସମ୍ବଲପୁର ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟ ବହନ କରୁ। ଅବୈତନିକ ଭାବେ ପୁସ୍ତକ ରଚନା କରିବା ଦାୟିତ୍ୱ ଆମମାନଙ୍କର। ଏହି ପୁସ୍ତକର ମୁଦ୍ରଣ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟ ସମ୍ବଲପୁର ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟ ଆନୁକୂଲ୍ୟରେ ହେଉ ତଥା ଏହାର ବିକ୍ରିଲବ୍ଧ ଅର୍ଥର ଲାଭାଂଶ ସମ୍ବଲପୁର ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟକୁ ପ୍ରାପ୍ତ ହେଉ। ଏହି ପ୍ରସ୍ତାବକୁ ଦେବେନ୍ଦ୍ର ବାବୁ ପ୍ରଶଂସା କଲେ ସତ, କିନ୍ତୁ ସ୍ମିତ ହସି କହିଲେ ଏହା ଗ୍ରହଣୀୟ ନୁହେଁ। ଉତ୍କଳ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟର ନିଜସ୍ୱ ପ୍ରେସ୍ ଅଛି, ସେମାନେ ଏହି କାର୍ଯ୍ୟଭାର ବହନ କରନ୍ତୁ। ଉତ୍କଳ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟ ତରଫରୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ଏହି ପ୍ରସ୍ତାବ ଅନୁମୋଦିତ ହେଲା ନାହିଁ। ପରିଶେଷରେ ବୋର୍ଡ ଅଫ୍ ହାୟର ସେକେଣ୍ଡାରୀ ଏହି ପ୍ରସ୍ତାବକୁ ଗ୍ରହଣ କରି ନୂତନ ପାଠ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ଅନୁସାରେ ଲିଖିତ ପୁସ୍ତକକୁ ଟେକ୍ସଟବୁକ୍ ବ୍ୟୁରୋ ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ ପ୍ରକାଶ କଲା। କିନ୍ତୁ ବହୁ ବାଧାବିଘ୍ନକୁ ଅତିକ୍ରମ କରି ପୁସ୍ତକର ପ୍ରକାଶନ ଆମମାନଙ୍କ ମନରେ ପରମ ଉତ୍ସାହ ଭରିଦେଲା। ମୁଁ କୋଅର୍ଡିନେଟର ଓ ମୋ ସହ ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ଶ୍ରୀବତ୍ସ ରହିଲେ। ଏହିଠାରୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଲା ତିନି ଆନନ୍ଦଙ୍କର ମିଳିତ ଯାତ୍ରା। ତିନି ଆନନ୍ଦ ସ୍ୱାଧୀନାନନ୍ଦ ଡକ୍ଟର ଆନନ୍ଦ ନିଜ ନିଜ ଗବେଷଣା କର୍ମଭୂମି ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଓ କେବଳ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଫେରି ଆସିଥିଲି ଓ ସମ୍ବଲପୁର ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟରେ ଯୋଗ ଦେଇଥିଲି। ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ମଧ୍ୟ ଫେରି ଆସି ଜ୍ୟୋତିବିହାରରେ ଗଣିତ ବିଭାଗରେ ଯୋଗ ଦେଲା। ଶ୍ରୀବତ୍ସ ପୁନରାୟ ରାଉରକେଲା ଯାନ୍ତ୍ରିକ ମହାବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟକୁ ପ୍ରତ୍ୟାବର୍ତ୍ତନ କଲା। ଏହି ତ୍ରିମୂର୍ତ୍ତି ଚାହିଁଥିଲେ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ତଥା ଦେଶ ବାହାରେ ଅକ୍ଲେଶରେ ନିଜ ନିଜର କର୍ମସଂସ୍ଥାନ କରିପାରିଥାନ୍ତେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଗଣିତ ପାଠ୍ୟକ୍ରମର ବିକାଶ ନିମନ୍ତେ ସେମାନଙ୍କର କର୍ମଭୂମି ହେଲା ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଓ କେବଳ ଓଡ଼ିଶା। OMS ଗଠନ ଓ ଏହାର ପ୍ରଥମ ଅଧିବେଶନ ପରେ ତିନି ଆନନ୍ଦ ଡକ୍ଟର ଆନନ୍ଦ ନାମରେ ଯେଉଁ ଗୋପନୀୟ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ନିର୍ମାଣ କଲେ ତାର ମୂଳ ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟ ଥିଲା ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଗଣିତ ପାଠ୍ୟକ୍ରମର କ୍ରମ ବିକାଶ। କାରଣ ଗବେଷଣା ସମୟରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଅନୁନ୍ନତ ପାଠ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ହେତୁ ସାମ୍ନା କରିଥିବା କଠିନ ସମସ୍ୟା ଓ ଅକ୍ଲାନ୍ତ ପରିଶ୍ରମ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଏହି କାର୍ଯ୍ୟ ନିମନ୍ତେ ପ୍ରେରଣା ପ୍ରଦାନ କରିଥିଲା। ଏମାନଙ୍କ ମିଳିତ ଉଦ୍ୟମ ତଥା ସହଯୋଗରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଉନ୍ନତ ଧରଣର ପାଠ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ସୃଷ୍ଟି କରିବା ଉଦ୍ଦେଶ୍ୟ ବହୁ ବାଧାବିଘ୍ନ ସତ୍ତ୍ୱେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଫଳବତୀ ହୋଇଥିଲା। ଟେକ୍ସଟ ବୁକ୍ ବ୍ୟୁରୋ ପ୍ରକାଶ କରିଥିବା ପାଠ୍ୟପୁସ୍ତକ ରଚନା କରିବାରେ ଡକ୍ଟର ଆନନ୍ଦଙ୍କ ସହ ଅନ୍ୟମାନଙ୍କର ଅବଦାନ ମଧ୍ୟ କିଛି କମ୍ ନଥିଲା। ବହୁତ ସମର୍ଥନ ଏହି ସମସ୍ୟାକୁ ଅକ୍ଲେଶରେ ଦୂର କରି ଦେଇପାରିଥିଲା। ଏହି ପାଠ୍ୟପୁସ୍ତକ ଅଦ୍ୟାବଧି ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଇଣ୍ଟରମିଡିଏଟ୍ ଶ୍ରେଣୀ ପାଇଁ ଏକମାତ୍ର ପାଠ୍ୟପୁସ୍ତକ ହୋଇ ରହି ଆସିଅଛି। ସମ୍ବଲପୁର ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟ ଗଣିତ ବିଭାଗ ଆନୁକୂଲ୍ୟରେ UGCର ଆର୍ଥିକ ସହାୟତାରେ 40 ଜଣ ଅଧ୍ୟାପକଙ୍କୁ ନେଇ ଏକ ରିଫ୍ରେଶର କୋର୍ସ ଆୟୋଜିତ ହୋଇଥିଲା। ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ଆଲଜେବ୍ରା and abstract algebra, Srivacha topology, Minoketan Das modulus ଓ ପ୍ରଫେସର ଶିବପ୍ରସାଦ ମିଶ୍ର ଆପ୍ଲାଏଡ୍ ମ୍ୟାଥମେଟିକ୍ସ ପଢ଼ାଇଥିଲେ ଏବଂ ମୁଁ ଫଙ୍କସନାଲ ଆନାଲିସିସ୍। ଏହି ଅଧିବେଶନରେ କେଉଁ ପ୍ରକାର ପାଠ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ନିର୍ଦ୍ଧାରଣ ହେବ ତାହା ଆଲୋଚନା କରାଯାଇ ଏକ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ସିଦ୍ଧାନ୍ତ ନିଆଯାଇଥିଲା। ମୋ ମତରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ବ୍ୟାପକ ନୂତନ ପାଠ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ପ୍ରସ୍ତୁତ ଓ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକାରୀ ହେବାରେ ଏହି ରିଫ୍ରେଶର କୋର୍ସ ହିଁ ମୁଖ୍ୟ ଭୂମିକା ଧାରଣ କରିଥିଲା। ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ଓ ମୁଁ ଫଣ୍ଡାମେଣ୍ଟାଲ ମ୍ୟାଥମେଟିକାଲ ଆନାଲିସିସ୍ ନାମକ ପୁସ୍ତକ ରଚନା କରିଥିଲୁ, ଯାହାର ପ୍ରକାଶକ ଥିଲେ ଟାଟା ମ୍ୟାଗ୍ର-ହିଲ୍। ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ଆମେରିକାରୁ ଫେରି ଯେଉଁ ସମୟ ମୁଁ ଓ ମୋ ପରିବାର ସହ ଆମ ଘରେ ବିତାଇଥିଲା ତାହା ଆମର ଅନ୍ତରଙ୍ଗତାକୁ ଅଧିକ ଦୃଢ଼ କରି ତୋଳିଥିଲା। ଏପରିକି ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ କ୍ୱାର୍ଟର ପାଇବା ପରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ପ୍ରାୟ ଆମ ଜ୍ୟୋତିବିହାର ସ୍ଥିତ A5 ଘରେ ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ, ଶିବଚ, ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ନନ୍ଦ ଓ ବନମାଳୀ ମିଶ୍ରକୁ ନେଇ ରାତ୍ରକାଳୀନ ଆସର ଜମି ଉଠୁଥିଲା। ଗଣିତ, ସାହିତ୍ୟ, ଦର୍ଶନ ସହିତ ଦର୍ଶନ ଚର୍ଚ୍ଚା ସହିତ ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ, ବନମାଳୀ ଓ ଶିବଚ ପରକୁ ପର ମଜା ମଜା କଥା କହି ମନୋରଞ୍ଜନ କରୁଥିଲେ। ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଗଣିତ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନଟିଏ ପାଇଁ OMS ଅଧିବେଶନରେ ବାରମ୍ବାର ପ୍ରସ୍ତାବ ଆଗତ ହେଉଥିଲା। ଯେଉଁ ସମୟରେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ତ୍ରିବିକ୍ରମ ପତି OMS ସଭାପତି ହେଲେ, ସେ ବାରମ୍ବାର ଏହି ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ନିମନ୍ତେ ସରକାରଙ୍କ ସହ ଆଲୋଚନା କଲେ। ମୁଖ୍ୟ ଥିଲେ ତ୍ରିବିକ୍ରମ ପତି ଓ ଶିବପ୍ରସାଦ ମିଶ୍ର। ମୁଁ ନାମକୁ ମାତ୍ର ସହଯୋଗ କରୁଥିଲି, କିନ୍ତୁ ପ୍ରକୃତରେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ତ୍ରିବିକ୍ରମ ପତି ଓ ପ୍ରଫେସର ଶିବପ୍ରସାଦ ମିଶ୍ରଙ୍କର ଅକ୍ଲାନ୍ତ ପରିଶ୍ରମ ଫଳରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ସରକାର ଗଣିତ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ପାଇଁ ନିଷ୍ପତ୍ତି ନେଲେ। ସେହି ସମୟରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ମୁଖ୍ୟମନ୍ତ୍ରୀ ଗଣିତ ପ୍ରିୟ ପ୍ରବାଦ ପୁରୁଷ ଶ୍ରୀ ବିଜୁ ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ ଓ ତାଙ୍କର ବ୍ୟକ୍ତିଗତ ସେକ୍ରେଟାରୀ ପ୍ୟାରୀମୋହନ ମହାପାତ୍ର। ଜାନକୀ ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ ଆସିବା ପରେ ଏହି ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ପ୍ରସଙ୍ଗକୁ ସ୍ଥଗିତ ରଖିଦେଲେ। ଚିଫ୍ ସେକ୍ରେଟାରୀ ସୁଧାଂଶୁ ମିଶ୍ର ଥିଲେ। ଜାନକୀ ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକଙ୍କ ପରେ ଆସିଲେ ଗିରିଧର ଗମାଙ୍ଗ। ମୁଁ ଉତ୍କଳ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟର କୁଳପତି। ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟର କୌଣସି ଏକ ପ୍ରସଙ୍ଗ ସଂକ୍ରାନ୍ତରେ ସରକାରଙ୍କ ସହ ଆଲୋଚନା ନିମନ୍ତେ ଯାଇଥିଲି। ସେହି ସମୟରେ ସୁଧାଂଶୁ ବାବୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ଚିଫ୍ ସେକ୍ରେଟାରୀ। ସେ ଗଣିତ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ସମ୍ପର୍କରେ ପୂର୍ବରୁ ଅବଗତ ଥିଲେ। ଆଲୋଚନା ସମୟରେ ଗଣିତ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ ଓ ଏହାର ଡିରେକ୍ଟର ପ୍ରସଙ୍ଗ ଉତ୍ଥାପନ କଲେ। ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ଉପଯୁକ୍ତ ଏହି ସିଦ୍ଧାନ୍ତ ନେଲୁ ଆମେ ଏବଂ ସଙ୍ଗେ ସଙ୍ଗେ ସ୍ୱାଧୀନକୁ ଫୋନରେ ଜଣେଇଦେଲି। ଗିରିଧର ଗମାଙ୍ଗଙ୍କ ସମୟରେ 1999 ମସିହାରେ ପ୍ଲାନେଟୋରିୟମ ପରିସର ମଧ୍ୟରେ ଗଣିତ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନର ଉଦ୍ଘାଟନ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠିତ ହୋଇଥିଲା। ହଁ, କହି ରଖେ, ନିଯୁକ୍ତି ପତ୍ର ନ ମିଳିବା ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଏହାକୁ ପ୍ରଚାର ନ କରିବାକୁ ସ୍ୱାଧୀନର ବାହାଘର ସ୍ଥିର କରିବା ନିମନ୍ତେ ମୁଁ ଗଣିତ ଅଧ୍ୟାପକ ବନମାଳୀ ମିଶ୍ର ସୁମିତ୍ରାର ବାପାଙ୍କ ସହିତ କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା କରିବା ନିମନ୍ତେ ସୁନ୍ଦରଗଡ଼ ଯାଇଥିଲୁ। କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ଦୂର ହୋଇସାରିବା ପରେ ବିବାହର ସମ୍ପନ୍ନ ହୋଇଥିଲା। ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ଓ ସୁମିତ୍ରା ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ ଦର୍ଶନ ନିମନ୍ତେ ପୁରୀ ଯାଇଥିଲେ। ଆମେ, ମୁଁ ଓ ମୋ ସ୍ତ୍ରୀ ନିନି ପୁରୀରେ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ଅପେକ୍ଷା କରିଥିଲୁ। ଅନେକ ଅନ୍ତରଙ୍ଗ ମୁହୂର୍ତ୍ତ ଆମେ ପୁରୀରେ ବିତାଇଥିଲୁ। ନିନିର ଅପରେସନ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀ ଏମ୍ସ ହସ୍ପିଟାଲରେ ହେବା ପରିପ୍ରେକ୍ଷୀରେ ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ଆମ ସହ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀ ଯାଇଥିଲା। ପାଖେ ପାଖେ ଥାଏ, ନିନିକୁ ବୁଝାଇ ଖୁଆଉଥାଏ। ସେହି ସମୟରେ ନିନିର ବଡ଼ ଭାଇ ପରି ସେ ପ୍ରତୀୟମାନ ହେଉଥାଏ। ଅନତି ଦୂରରେ ବସି ଏହି ଦୃଶ୍ୟକୁ ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଥାଏ। ବୁଝାଇ ସୁଝାଇ ନିନିକୁ ଅଳ୍ପ କିଛି ଖୁଆଇବାରେ से सक्षम हेउथिला। एही अंतरंगता कर्म क्षेत्रରୁ परिवार पर्यंत लंबी आसीथिला। सान भाईटिए परी स्वाधीन सब सुख दुखरे पाखरे छिड़ा होइथिला। मोर 65तम जन्मदिन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फिजिक्स रे स्वाधीन बहु जाकजमकरे आयोजन करिथिला। अनेक गणित अध्यापक जोग देइथिले। न्यूयॉर्क रे रहउथिबा छात्र ओम प्रकाश अग्रवाल पठाइथिबा केक कटा होइथिला। मो झियो डॉक्टर एलिस मिता ओ राजा एप्साइलन ओ सानपो लोनी स्वाधीन कोଳରେ बढ़िचंती। सेमाने खूब अंतरंग स्वाधीन सह। सुमित्रा मध्य निनीर भुवनेश्वर राजधानी नर्सिंग होम रे ऑपरेशन समय रे पाखे पाखे थाई साना भौणीटे परी अनेक सेवा करिती। स्वाधीन चेता व्यक्तित्वर अधिकारी स्वाधीन समाज सेवारे निजको नियोजित करिथिला। ज्योति विहार रे थिबा समय रे निकटरे थिबा धुलियापड़ा ग्राम रे निजस्व उद्यम रे किछि छात्र छात्री को नहीं स्वाधीन विद्यालयटीए निर्माण करिथिला ओ अवसर समय रे सेही ग्रामर पिलामानकु पढ़ाउथिला। से निर्भीक और सृजनशील स्वाधीन द्वारा लिखित अनेक गणित संदर्भ जातीय और अंतर्जातीय स्तर रे प्रकाश लाभ करिछि। स्वाधीन तत्त्वावधान रे अनेक छात्र छात्री गवेषणा करिसंती। गणित प्रतिष्ठान रे अनुष्ठित अनेक कर्मशाला रे मु जोग देइछि। गणित अनुष्ठान सहित मु ओतप्रोत भावे जड़ित थिली, किंतु अंधारुआरे गणित अनुष्ठान निजस्व गृह निर्मित हैला परे मोर जीवा संभवपर होई पारिला नहीं। स्वाधीन 80तम जन्मदिन रे अनेक अनेक स्नेह शुभेच्छा और शुभकामना। प्रभु जगन्नाथଙ୍କ कृपाରୁ सुखरे दिन अतिबाहित हेउ। एही शुभ अवसर रे स्वाधीन दीर्घ निरामय जीवन कामना करे ढेर सारा भल पाइबा सह गोपाल दास।
नमस्कार।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। पंडा सर अछंती?
सार को दउची और सार तो निदरे टोलटोल
ना ना ठीक अछि। ना ना मु बीबी पंडा को कथा पचारथिली।
हां
बन बिहारी पंडा सार को so next I request
सार टिके रेस्ट नेबे।
हां ना ठीक अछि मैडम। Thank you so much for reading out such a beautiful write-up.
Okay.
I request Professor Premananda Panda from Anthropology Department, Sambalpur, who was an associate with Professor Pattanayak for a long period of time. So is he connected to?
Yeah, I'm connected.
Sure, sir. So please.
I'm connected. Yeah. ମୁଁ ପ୍ରଥମେ ଗତକାଲି ତ ୱିଶ୍ କରିଛି ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ, କିନ୍ତୁ ପର୍ସନାଲି ଇଣ୍ଟରାକ୍ସନ କରିପାରିନି। ଇନଫ୍ୟାକ୍ଟ ମୁଁ ତ ଜଏନ୍ କଲି ସମ୍ବଲପୁର ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟିରେ 77ରେ ଏଜ ଏ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ ଫେଲୋ। ସେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ବୁଲୁଥିଲି, ଦେଖିଲି ସାର୍ଙ୍କୁ ଗୋଟେ ଗ୍ରୁପରେ ବସିକି ଡିସ୍କସନ କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ସେ ଫିଜିକ୍ସ ଆଇ ମିନ୍ ମ୍ୟାଥମେଟିକ୍ସ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟର ପଛପଟେ ଗୋଟେ ଲନ୍ରେ ଅଛି, ସେ ଲନ୍ରେ ଡିସ୍କସନ। ମୁଁ ସେଠି ଯାଇଥିଲି ଦେଖିବା ପାଇଁ, କେବଳ କଣ ଗୋଟେ ଦାଢି ରଖିକି ଗୋଟେ ଲୋକଟେ କିଏ ଗୋଟେ କଥା ହଉଛନ୍ତି ଗୋଟେ ଛୁଆଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ, ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ ବସିକି, ଆଉ ଦେ ପ୍ଲେଜରଫୁଲି ଦେ ଆର୍ ଡିସ୍କସିଂ ସମଥିଙ୍ଗ। ମୁଁ ଆଇ ଜଷ୍ଟ ପିପ୍ ଇନଟୁ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍। ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ ସାର୍ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଡାକିଲେ ମତେ, ଆଚ୍ଛା କୋଉ ଆସୁନା ଏଠି ବସୁନା ବୋଲି କହିଲେ, ମୁଁ ଗଲି ୟୁ ଟେକ୍ ପାର୍ଟ, ଆମେ ଡିସ୍କସନ କରୁଛୁ କରେଣ୍ଟ ଆଫେୟାର୍ସରେ। ସେଇଦିନ ମୋର ଲାଗିଲା ଯେ that this man is something different from normal human being. ଆଉ ପରେ ଜାଣିଲି ଆସ୍ତେ ଆସ୍ତେ ଯେ ସାର୍ଙ୍କର ଆମେ ବହୁତ ରେସ୍ପେକ୍ଟ ଦଉ, ଆଉ ବହୁତ ଶିଖିବାର ଜିନିଷ ତାଙ୍କର। he is a source of information, source of knowledge, source of inspiration, a good motivator, a change maker. ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଲି ପରେ ମୁଁ ବହୁତ ଜିନିଷ କହିବିନି, କାହିଁକିନା ଲଙ୍ଗ ଲାଇଫ ଇଣ୍ଟରାକ୍ସନ ର ବହୁତ ଗୁଡେ କହିପାରିବିନି, କମ 5-6ଟା ଖଣ୍ଡେ ଇଭେଣ୍ଟ କହିବି। ସେ ଧୁଳିଆପଡା ଗୋଟେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଯାଇଥିଲି, ସେତେବେଳେ ଦେଖିଲି ସାର୍ଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଥରେ ଯାଇଥିଲି ମୁଁ, ଗୋଟେ ସେ ଓରାମ ଫ୍ୟାମିଲି ପାଖରେ ସେ ବସିଥିଲେ ଗପୁଥିଲେ। ମୁଁ ସେପଟେ ସାଇକେଲରେ ପାସ୍ କଲି, ଦେଖିଲି ସାର୍ ଗପୁଛନ୍ତି, ମୁଁ ସାଇକେଲ ରଖିଥିଲି ସେ ପାଖକୁ ଗଲି। सर को पचारे सर कौन चलती एठी गोटे अपन डिस्कशन करछन्ते मु टिके सुनिबी कि हां बसुना कहले and he is so acceptable to everyone से काहाकू से कहंतनी जे let us keep others away and आमी केवल इंटरेक्ट करियो क्लोज क्वार्टर हे डिस्कस को एजेंट्स नो he is very open, very dashing, very upright and he tells a spade किंतु बेले बेले से कौन करंती कहंती जे एई जिंस गुडा को करंट अफेयर्स रे लोक गुडा एई प्रकार से बिहेव करिया कथा बट इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल ता कारण दे आर कंडीशन बाय नंबर ऑफ फैक्टर्स सेटा गोटे से जिंस मन भल लागला तापरे दिने मु गोटे बहिटे धरतली मॉडल्स इन कल्चरल एंथ्रोपोलॉजी मु एंथ्रोपोलॉजी लोक एंथ्रोपोलॉजी रे रिसर्च करते एंथ्रोपोलॉजी रे जॉइन करी प्रोफेसर हे रिटायर कली तापरे एससीएसटी आके रे डायरेक्टर थिली जेतो डायरेक्टर थिली सेतोले गोटे इवेंट देखी हमर गोटे स्कूल छुआंग फैमिली आदिवासी स्कूल छुआंग फैमिली ऑर्गेनाइज हुए एटीएलसी रोड जगह अछि चा पाखरे हॉस्टल गुडा अछि सेठी क्लास नबा पई सार जाइथिले मु देखली सार को संगे से आदिवासी छुआडा एते सुंदर इंटरेक्ट करथिले सार कोन गणितटा को गोटे pleasureful event only niyanti I would say that mathematics is a language and it can be beautifully explained to people giving examples from current affairs from event available nearby ए जिंस से तांकर टैलेंट सेथरु जणा पड़े जे तुरंत जे कोन एग्जांपल पाखुर नै गोटे छुआ जे बुझी परिवे सेमते एग्जांपल देई ते मैथमेटिक्स का बुझे दियंते सो मैथमेटिक्स इज एन इफेक्टिव लैंग्वेज एंड इते बढ़िया किंतु मो पई मोर पई मैथमेटिक्स को बहुत डरे आई एम फ्रॉम सोशल साइंस सी किंतु तापर जानिली दैट इन डिस्कशन लेवल रे बहुत थोड़े कथा बहुत थोड़े हम बसु बरंडा रे बसी गप्पु करू सारंग बरंडा को जाय बसे सेठी से इंटरेक्शन कला बेले गुडाए रेफरेंस दियंती सेइथरु मते लागिला he is not within say mathematics only he has gone beyond mathematics in sense say mathematics scholars को talent identify करबा से promote करबा एजेंट्स देखंती ता छोड़ा he has an orientation towards serving the poor and he feels involved for the poor to uplift poor to grow and she इमती लोको मु जहा देखी छी बाय चांस किसी असुविधा होई थाए either the police entered to Dhuliapada for some reason or somebody else has created a problem he offers his services he wants to act as a negotiator and helps people to resolve the issues इत्ते बढ़िया लागे छे थरे हमें मते डाकी थिले से गोटे रेडिकल ग्रुप गोटे थिले आंध्र प्रदेश रो से माने हमको इनवाइट करथिले आ मु जाइथिली सारंग संगे से हमें जीवा पूर्व ट्रेन रो ओलेला संगे से हमको से रिसीव करि नेले नेला पर देखा गला जे हमर ना तेलुगु रे सब लिखा है छी भाषण दो बोली इंटरेक्शन करियो बोली लिखा है छी सारंग सार तेलुगु मंदिर को गैस करनी पड़ दियंती मु देखली केतरा अल्फाबेट देखले या लिखा है छी बोली कहले मु माने से जो इंक्विजिटिवनेस एंड लर्निंग एबिलिटी तांकर इति अधिक इज अ पार एक्सीलेंस आ से केमती पिकअप करंदी आ सेटा से जिंसटा से अन्य मानन कहि दियंती सो तांकर लैंग्वेज रे knowledge has to be disseminated mostly to those who are underprivileged mathematics has to be disseminated to the rural people and tribal people there are huge number of talents are not restricted in urban center only talents are also there in inaccessible area ए जिंस जे देखने थरे मते कहउतले गोटे पहाड़ ऊपर गोटे ट्रक केवल जाय से पाखु से आदिवासी घर 10-12 खंड थिला से पहाड़ ऊपर सेत्री गोटे चाह खाई के चाह पैकेट टाक के फोकट दिला से चाह पैकेट बाहर करी गिरी गोटे गाई चरवा लोक सेटा काटी गिरी गोटे ट्रक तयारी करछि ट्रक शेप तयारी करछि कार हवा शिल्पटा पड़िथिला से काटिकरी चका तैयारी करछि दिस एई जिंसटा तो कहली सेतबेले से एते खुशी गेले हां देखो दिस इज व्हाट द टैलेंट्स आर they can imitate things and they have the inquisitiveness to know things. They are although they stay in nature, not exposed to mostly advanced technology, but then they have creativity, they have innovative idea. और आमे मैथमेटिक्स को बात जे कोन लोक अवेयरनेस करे आनी सेमन पाखु जाइकरी करले that will be much better than any other केना सेमन पाउ न हंदी किछ. So if we can serve them, that is nothing like that. Professor Pattanayak, Professor Swadhin Pattanayak बोले almost everyone knows in entire Orissa. Olympiad तांकर brain child जहा मु सुनी छी. Rural talent search करिवा तांकर brain child. आउ सी कहंती जणे किछि काम करे whether it is appreciated or not, no matter. If it is right projected for the benefit of the people, possibly that will be accepted in due course of time, and people know what is what and why people are say bothering this. समथिला तोले आमे सेही जो मीटिंग कथा कहउथिली समथिला से सबले कहंती जे से एग्जांपल दियंती हिटलर कोन ऑफिसला हाउ हिटलर वाज having a philosophical component in his mind. Say main camps बोले बहिटे थिला सेटा जे पढिथिले सेटा मते जळे दिने एक्सप्लेन करथिले तापरे मैथमेटिक्स ऊपर मते केबेले एक्सप्लेन करना because I am not in a position to understand the mathematics. Kintu rural dynamics, rural haves and have nots, the gap that is existing within the haves and have nots, how to minimize the gap and what is the reason why it is so, agency explain करते हैं. Say not that masses theory को नहीं करी कहते, ordinary लोग को जिन्हें बुझी परियो सी भाषा रे कहते philosophy. Mathematics is a philosophy. Mathematics is based on philosophy. There is a logic, and Professor Pattanayak is having a say unimaginable logical mind. So tenu she jaha kahanti amku lage he is a creator, he is a change maker. So he can do, he can he will be indispensable for the people. He has, in fact, he has left the legacy of teaching mathematics, loving mathematics, growing through mathematics, analyze things through mathematics. बेले बेले मोर गोटे भणजा थांती से नॉन न्यूटनियन थ्योरी ऊपर तांकर मैथमेटिक्स पीएचडी करछन्ती से जिंस कहले मु तो किए बुझेनी मु एग्जांपल पचारली का केमते बुझी हो के ओडिया रे गोटे एग्जांपल दिगे मु बुझातली. This is how he has a quality of reaching people, even to non-mathematical people. He can teach mathematics. So, ये जो जिनसो talent अच्छी, ये talent है, सी चाहती जे जितने students असंती, सबो student उड़े को अंततः जानन्तु जे आमु देशरे बहुत talent असंती, जोड़े को untraceable ही रहती, जो talent उड़े को असंती, सेमन केमती surface level को आनिवा, and how we can groom them to make we people indispensable to the world. एक तांकर objectives बहुत भल लगे मते. And मु बसे गपे मते समय जणा पड़ेनी जेहेतु he is an ocean of knowledge. He virtually he is not restricted to mathematics. He has exposed to politics, he has exposed to political economy, he has exposed to economy, he has exposed to labor economy, he has exposed the international relations. ये जिनस से सबुले पढ़ंती आउ से जिनस ओडा डिस्कशन करंती, and he is remembering very much, lot more things he has remembered, and he gives example from some say book which is not traceable. In library it must be there. One day I got a book, and that book is very ancient. So he narrated how in the ancient level, what was the degree of mathematics, how mathematics was being taught. He was referring some time back. He was saying me what is Lilavati Sutra. এই ଜିନିଷ ନର୍ମାଲ ଛୁଆ ଗୁଡାକ କହିଲେ ଏତେ ଖୁସି ହେଇଯାନ୍ତି ଆଉ ସେମାନେ ମତେ ଲାଗେ ଯେ ସେ କେବଳ ଜଣେ ଇଣ୍ଡିଭିଜୁଆଲ ନୁହଁ, ହି ଇଜ ଏନ୍ ଇନଷ୍ଟିଟ୍ୟୁସନ, ହି ଇଜ ଏ ମୋବାଇଲ ଇନଷ୍ଟିଟ୍ୟୁସନ. He as an institution he moved from urban to rural, rural to urban, urban to metropolis and like that. So ଯେତେବେଳେ ସେ ଚାହାନ୍ତି ଯେ କୋଉ ପିଲାକୁ ହେଲ୍ପ କରିବା ପାଇଁ, ସବୁବେଳେ ଚାହାନ୍ତି ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ହେଲ୍ପ କରିବା ପାଇଁ. Even I know that he has cut his pocket to meet the necessities of the say tribal people in that area nearby. ଟିକେ ସମୟ ପାଇଲେ ସେ ଖାଲିରେ ବସନ୍ତି ନାହିଁ, ସେ ଯାଆନ୍ତି କାହା ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଇଣ୍ଟରାକ୍ସନ କରିବା ପାଇଁ, କହିବା ପାଇଁ that we are human and we must develop human values. We must reach people who are unreached. So the human values, sympathy, empathy, say cooperation, say to speak spared, এই ଜିନିଷ ଗୁଡା ତାଙ୍କର ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଲାଗେ ମତେ. ସେଥିପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ସବୁବେଳେ ତାଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ଚିର ଋଣୀ. ଗୁଡାଏ ଜିନିଷ ଶିଖିଛି ମୁଁ ମ୍ୟାଥମେଟିକ୍ସ ନହେଲେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଯେହେତୁ ମୁଁ ଆଦିବାସୀ ଅଞ୍ଚଳରେ ଆଦିବାସୀ ମାନଙ୍କ ଉପରେ କାମ କରିଛି ଆଉ କିଛି ଲେଖା ଲେଖି କରିଛି, ମତେ ସେଇ ଲେଖା ଗୁଡାକୁ ସେ କହନ୍ତି ଡିସ୍କସନ କରିବା ପାଇଁ, ମୁଁ ଭଲ ଲାଗେ, ମତେ ଡିସ୍କସନ କରେ, ସିଚୁଏସନ ବେଳେବେଳେ ଯାଏ. ଏବେ ବି ମଧ୍ୟ ସେ କହନ୍ତି ଯେ not that he is only restricting to academics, he is also extremely social. ମୋର ଝିଅ ମାମାଲି ଗୁଗୁଲି 2 ଜଣ ଝିଅ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ସେମାନେ କଣ କରନ୍ତି, କୋଉଠି ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଯେତେବେଳେ ଦେଖିଲେ ତାଙ୍କ ନାଁ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ସେମାନେ ସେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ ପଚାରନ୍ତି ତମେ କୁହ ସେମାନେ କୋଉଠି ଅଛନ୍ତି, ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କଣ କରୁଛନ୍ତି. ଏଇ ଜିନିଷ ତାମାନେ ପ୍ରତି ଜାଗାରେ ସେ ଇଣ୍ଟରପର୍ସନାଲ ରିଲେସନଟାକୁ ଏତେ ସେ କାହାକୁ କଣ କହିଲେ having a major talk. Language ହିସାବରେ he is very rich. ଆଉ ଭଲ ଲାଗେ, ବହୁତ ଜିନିଷ ତ କହିବାକୁ ଅଛି. ସେ ଇଭନ ରାସ୍ତା କଡେ ମୁଁ ରେସିଭ କରିଦେଲି. ମୁଁ ଏଇ ମୌକାରେ ମୋର ୱାଇଫ, ମୋର ଝିଅଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ମୁଁ ଲଙ୍ଗ ଲାଇଫ, ଲଙ୍ଗ and productive life ସାରଙ୍କର ପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ପ୍ରେୟର କରୁଛି. ସାର ନମସ୍କାର. ସାର ଅଛନ୍ତି ତ ପାଖରେ?
ନମସ୍କାର.
Thank you, Professor Panda.
ନମସ୍କାର.
Thank you very much.
ମାମାଲି ଆସିଛି ପୁନେ.
ନମସ୍କାର.
ନମସ୍କାର.
So
now ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଇଣ୍ଟରାକ୍ସନ କଲା ବେଳେ ସେତେବେଳେ ଦେଖା ହେଇଥିଲା ମୁଁ ସେଠି. Anyway,
so may I request now,
ବହୁତ ଜଣ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ମୁଁ ବନ୍ଦ କରୁଛି ଏଠି.
Sir, thank you very much for your kind words. May I request Professor Ajit Iqbal Singh, who is again another very inspiring and energetic teacher of the mathematics teacher of the country. I mean, if she is connected, can she say a few words? Professor Singh? Maybe she is not there. So is Professor Arun Pujari connected? And yesterday some speakers wanted to say some few messages, 1 minute each. May I call Tapan Hota, Tanuja Krishnan, I think they have left, Mrigank Sekhar, Safiq Ahmad, Mukesh Kumar. Okay, Safiq, you are here, so please give a short message.
Sir, namaskar.
Namaskar.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you
very much. I'm very excited for this moment Actually, I'm from Bhadrak. So when I came to Utkal University, I was not knowing anything. So what I have to do? And I didn't find anybody during the first year till the end. Then always I was giving the MC entrance, Master of Computer Application. So every time I was qualifying and I was asking to my father, can you afford me some computer? So he was telling how much costly. I was telling maybe 50,000, something like that. She told, no, I cannot afford this. So I always thinking about my future. So what I can do in mathematics, because I was not knowing even what is GATE, CSR, and all these things. So suddenly I found that I heard from my fellow colleagues that, okay, we can meet to Swadhin sir. So in my first meet with Professor Swadhin sir, and he gave me many times whenever I have doubts, and just I took some book and notes that even he's very much busy schedule, he gives me time. Then I qualified the GATE entrance. Then I was having some afraid that doing PhD, is it okay for me? Because initially I was hearing that if I'll enter for the PhD program, if I won't do something, then all the money they would be taking back. So this kind of afraid was with me, and I unable to clear this, whether I'll do this or that. So then I went for NBHM entrance. Sir suggested that you go and then I cleared my written test, and I saw that there are many faculty members are sitting over there, and one after another, they are asking questions. And I completely, I was thrilling that, okay, I have entered in the wrong platform. So then I could not, I didn't get any source that, then I met to sir, and then what I did, I returned back to my home. Then suddenly sir gave me message. Then please
Safik, can you please shorten your message? There are so many other people also waiting.
Yeah, okay,
Sorry,
2 minutes.
yeah.
Then I met sir. Sir told that, okay, you just go and join IIT Madras. There is a project with Professor Punnaswamy. Then again I came back and then I stay at my home. I could not fill the form for the project assistant. Then again after a few months, again he sent message that Safik, you just come and meet me. And he told that why you are not joining. Then I assured him that, okay, sir, this time I'll go for PhD interview, not for the project. So this was my turning point. I really, I'm very indeed. I got sir like you, so that we are here. Currently, I am associate professor at IIT Indore. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Safik. Mukesh Kumar, Prafulla Chandra Das, Manoj Kumar Raut, Vishwahitesi Sahu, Rajesh Kumar Mahapatra. Okay, I think they're not here. So now we have 3 more speakers left. One is Professor Om Agarwal and Professor Srigopal Mohanty from McMaster and Srinivas. So now I will request Professor Om Agarwal, who was in fact the first student to follow Professor Pattanayak to Stony Brook, and has contributed, we are hearing, contributed a lot of books to the library of IMA. So Dr. Om Agarwal, please.
Good.
Thank you. Happy birthday, sir. I came to Jyoti Bihar in 74 July. After going to classes for a few days, I had some ailment for which I had to be hospitalized in Burla Hospital. And I had to stay there for about a week. A day or two later, Professor Pattanayak came to visit me to make sure that not only I'm all right, but that the doctors and staff and so on are taking good care of me. And that afternoon, after Professor Pattanayak left, so many doctors, students, and others were visiting. I was quite shocked. I did not know what happened. Later, I found out that a professor had visited a student that was unheard of at that time. And they said that it is because of his visit, others started to pay attention to me. I got better a little bit, came back to school, go to school, and in the Jyoti Bihar hostel specially, everybody was talking about Professor Pattanaik's visit to hospital to see a student. They did not know who Om Agarwal was. They just heard from others that Professor Pattanayak had visited a student. That was the big news for at least a month of the beginning of the semester. Professor Pattanayak was teaching complex analysis at that time, and within about 2 weeks of teaching, one day he said real and imaginary parts of an analytic function satisfies this equation, and he paused, expecting a response from the students. And I thought there were lots of honor students from good universities, and I was from a small place. So I didn't say, but nobody answered. So I replied, it is Laplace's equation. Professor Pattanayak stopped for a few seconds. Then he said, you are a pass student. You don't have complex analysis in your background. How do you know this? So I explained that during summer, I wanted to take ISI exam, and I had studied complex analysis by Ruel V. Churchill. And he didn't say anything during that time. Couple of days later, he said to me, do you want to go to US to study to do PhD in mathematics? I was stunned. I know somebody else had mentioned this to me, but I had not heard of this before. And I said to Professor Pattanayak that I come from a starving family. I know it is very difficult for people to hear the name Agarwal and starving. Those two are contradictory terms. Many people did not believe, but Professor Pattanayak said to me very calmly, he was not at all upset that I was laughing at his question. He very calmly said, everything is possible if you are interested. Later, he told me what to do and so on. Fast forward, I got scholarship to Stony Brook University I also worked under R.G. Douglas and so on. He used to give us lectures every evening for interested students on algebraic topology, Riemann surfaces, and he used to give his time freely. I was not even aware of all other involvements he had. We thought all his time was mine. I used to go to his house and he used to feed me wonderful pakal every day for 2 years. And I still have not forgotten all the wonderful food I had at your place. You used to go to a place nearby, maybe it is Otabira or some place like that, where you used to help the students, help the natives dig a well. And you used to provide money from your pocket so that they can get a well in that area. And you have helped me so much in my life. I cannot pay you even if in 10, please forgive me if I'm getting a little bit emotional. I cannot pay in even my 10 lives if I could live that long. Sorry. Thank you. Happy birthday again.
Thank you. Sir, कौन कोई है?
Me. कौन कोई भी?
Okay, so let's move on.
Sir, ମୁଁ କିଛି କହିପାରିବି କି sir?
Rajesh.
Sir, ମୁଁ rural area ରୁ ମୁଁ ଭଦ୍ରକ college ରେ ପ୍ରଥମେ first I seen to sir in 2013. Sir came to my college to give one talk. I think in this meeting I know only one person, that is sir. In my life also I am now 26. I've seen only once to sir only in 2013. After that I didn't see to sir. Then actually after BSc I came to Pondicherry University. I did MSc here. Then now I'm doing PhD. I given my synopsis, finishing stage PhD. But actually when I'm in BSc, I didn't know anything in mathematics because I am from rural area. I don't know what is mathematics. Really, we are missing the flavor of the mathematics. Actually, when I came to Pondicherry University, these things are there, but why we didn't study? Because we don't know the mathematics. Still, this is the reason we are struggling. We don't know the basics. We've grown. We are now competing this world, again knowing the basic things. It's too difficult. We are not able to manage because we want to do something good, but our base is not clear. This is the things actually we are missing. Actually, one of my junior only studied in IMA. He only shared the link. Really, I am happy actually. So many things are there. Really, we are missing. I don't know anybody. So many things are in Odisha. Really, we don't know. I'm now Pondicherry University 6 years. A little bit of mathematics I know by myself doing these things. But to encourage the things we didn't get in Odisha, because up to BSc I'm here only. Thank you for this platform. Give us the energetic to something, do in mathematics for Odisha. Really will do something. I promise you, Swadhin sir, will do something. I seen only one time in my life to you. This is the second time I'm here seeing you in the audience. Maybe I'm the only one person. Only once I seen in my life. I don't know anybody also, but we will do something. I'll promise, sir. Bless me. I will do something. Please, rural area people.
Please send me your address.
Yes, sir.
Please send me your address.
Actually, I am from Pondicherry University now, doing PhD.
Please send me an SMS or email or
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm. Thank you, Rajesh,
Yes, thank
for
you so
your
much, sir.
energy and your wishes to do something for mathematics. Certainly, I mean, it is very encouraging.
Thank you.
Can I request? Sorry.
Can I speak for 1 minute?
Okay. May I know who is speaking?
Suchismita Mishra. I'm an ex-student of IMA.
Oh, okay. So please be very brief because yeah, we are getting late.
Yes, just 1 minute. स्वाधीन सर को तो जिते थैंक यू कहले भी कम हबो बाकी समस्त आईएमए रो जो गोटे जिंसर एग्री करिवे जे आफ्टर स्वाधीन सर द वन थिंग मैटर्स इज आईएमए लाइब्रेरी एंड व्हेनेवर वी रीड सम बुक I mean more than 50% of books the first page it's written presented by Om Agarwal. So thank you very much sir for supporting our career. I think before getting the funding from PhD, you are the person who funded our career. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sujasmita. So, Dr. Kalyani Dwivedi wants to speak few words. So, hello.
Yes, she is muted. So.
Video टा मोर देखांतु मो वीडियो टा ऑन कर पारनी अपन वीडियो टा
voice is clear, you can go ahead.
हां वॉइस टा ठीक है मते देखि पाछंती
No, your video is off, but that's okay.
हां मते यदि वीडियो टा देखले देखांतु नहले मु खाली पढि दउछि
हां आपण पढि दियंतु
ठीक अछि Sir, namaskar. I would like to thank Gargi to give me this opportunity. Happy 80th birthday to Dr. Swadhin Pattanayak, sir. My name is Kalyani Padhi. I am living with my husband, Dr. Budhnath Padhi, in Boston, USA, since 1983. I was one of your MSc students from 1974 to 1976. After doing my BSc from Sundargarh College, in those 2 years, you were our teacher, our mentor, and our friend too. In those 2 years, besides teaching mathematics, you have taught us how to choose the right path, maybe the difficult one, but to take us to our destination. And I have so many good memories. A group of your students were going to your house, walking off the hill with you from math department to eat pokhalo bhata or sattu or our favorite dishes. One important thing I remember, when we say for any of your question to answer, I do not know, then you say, know it now. Those 3 words I still say to my students now. Those 3 words taught me how to sail my boat through the storm. When I was doing my PhD there and was a teaching assistant, you were a good colleague too. You knew how to run an organization and how to treat your subordinates. When I married in 1979, I requested for 10 days leave and you were kind enough to say yes. You were very affectionate and caring. I was staying in ladies' hostel. I submitted my thesis in 1980 and took maternity leave from my TA job for 3 months. My main concern was where to stay after coming to Jyoti Vihar with the baby. You told me that I can stay in your guest room. I cannot forget that. Though I did not have to stay there. After I had my daughter, I got PSC, Public Service Commission, government job, and quit my job as TA in 3 months and joined as a lecturer in Bolangir Government Women's College. Sir, you are an affectionate father too. When I went to defend my thesis in 1981, Gargi was 2 years old. You were holding her all the time when I saw you then. When I told her on the other day over the phone, she said, Papa pampered me a lot. As a father, you raised her well. I saw you again when I went to India with Vijaya and Vivek, my children, in 1995. And I went to Jyoti Vihar with them to visit you. Now Gargi says that she remembers taking Vijaya upstairs to show her room. She talks a lot praising her Bappa and Ma over the phone while talking with me now. Now I would like to thank Gargi and the organizers to give me the opportunity to say this for your 80th birthday again. Happy birthday and many, many happy returns of this day. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Padi. So now may I request Professor Sri Gopal Mohanty of McMaster, Canada, and who was a long friend of Professor Pattanayak and helped a lot in RMTS program. So please, Professor Mohanty.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
And Swadhin Babu, many happy returns. First thing, I didn't realize you are 80, and I didn't believe it because your youth energy is so much that nobody can believe you are 80. Although slowly when I sit down and think, I'm already 87, so I'm moving. So obviously everybody is moving with age. There is a unique situation you might be watching, Swadhin Babu. This is where only husband and wife basiki sunuchanti. Ab samaste dekhibe either your student or somebody, one person. This is the only two of us. There is a reason. I came to know you through my wife. And that is because
Namaskar.
That is because your family and her family was very close. My father-in-law, my wife's father, and your family was very, very close for many years. So I'll ask her to say only a few words about that, and then we'll move. I'll move.
Namaskar, Swadhin Babu.
Namaskar.
Mane achi? How old were you then? Sambalpur? Sambalpur mane achi?
Sambalpur mane achi. ମୋର ଭାଇ ଭଉଣୀ ରହୁଥିଲେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଘରେ ମୁଁ ଆଉ ବାଦଲ ବାପାଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ କଟକ ଚାଲି ଯାଇଥିଲି ସେଟା ମୋର ନଥିଲା
ମାନେ 60 ବର୍ଷର ଏକ୍ସପିରିଏନ୍ସ
ଅଳ୍ପ ସମୟ ପାଇଁ ମୋର ମା ମୋର ବଡ ଭଉଣୀ ମୋ ବଡ ଭାଇ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଘରେ ରହିଥିଲେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ ଆଉ ମୋ ସାନ ଭାଇ ବାପାଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ କଟକକୁ ଚାଲି ଆସିଲି
କଟକରେ ବାପା ରହିଥିଲେ ସେ ସବୁ କଥା ବହୁତ
ଆପଣ ପାଖରେ ରହିଥିବାର ସେ ସୌଭାଗ୍ୟଟା ମୋର ଘଟିନି ତଥାପି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଭଲ କି ଜାଣିଛି ଆଉ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ବାପାଙ୍କୁ ବି ଭଲ କି ଜାଣିଥିଲି ଆଉ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ସାନ ଭାଇ ମୋ କ୍ଲାସମେଟ୍
ସୁଶାନ୍ତ ସେ ସବୁ ଭାଇ ଆଇଆଇଟିରେ 2-3 ଜଣ ପଢୁଥିଲେ
ଆରିସିରେ ପଢୁନଥିଲା
ଆରିସିରେ ପଢୁଥିଲା ସୁଶାନ୍ତ ଚନ୍ଦ୍ର ଦାସ
ସୁଶାନ୍ତ କଥା କହୁଛନ୍ତି
ସୁଶାନ୍ତ ଚନ୍ଦ୍ର ଦାସ ଆଉ ଏତେ ଶୁଣିଲୁଣି ଗୌରବ ତମର କୃତିତ୍ୱ ଆଉ ଶୁଣିକି ବହୁତ ଗର୍ବାନ୍ୱିତ ଇଏ କରୁଛୁ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଛି ମତେ ଶୁଣିବାକୁ ଯେ ଭଗବାନ କରନ୍ତୁ ତମେ ଆହୁରି ମାନେ ବହୁତ ବର୍ଷ ବଞ୍ଚିବ ଆଉ ସେଥିପାଇଁ ବହୁତ ଆମର happy birthday. Best wishes to you on your 80th birthday. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Namaskar.
ଏବେ ମୁଁ କହିବି ମୁଁ ଜାଣେ ବହୁତ ରାତି ହେଲାଣି ଆପଣମାନେ ସେଠି ଆଉ ମୋର ସ୍ତ୍ରୀ ସବୁବେଳେ କହେ ଯେ ତମେ ଯେତେବେଳେ କହିବ ତମର ସୀମା ନାହିଁ ଥରେ ଫୋନ ଧରିଲେ ଘଣ୍ଟେ ଘଣ୍ଟେ ଗପିବ ଯୋଉଠି କହିଲ ଖାଲି ଗପିବ ମୁଁ ଗପିବି କୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରୁଛି ଗପିବାକୁ କମେଇବା ପାଇଁ I heard about Swadhin Babu through my wife because of the relation, and that's how I knew him. But I have no idea, I didn't know who is he, what, and of course of the other families like brothers, sisters and all. It happened that his colleague or friend Mishra, who spoke for a few minutes earlier, he invited me to visit and spend time at Sambalpur University, Jyoti Bihar. I didn't have any idea what is that place, what would be. Then after I arrived there, it was a wonderful place really. And then to my surprise, I found some of the gems, Swadhin Babu, Gokulananda Babu, tapare tankaro baki colleagues sabu sethi. Swadhin Babu is a mathematician, of course, but he is a very different type of person. What happened one day that when we talked, he asked me, would you like to come with me somewhere? I said, where? No, we would go to a school. Well, where is it? Oh, it is just the other side of this hill. We walked together. And the other side, when it was a tribal school. And I realized Swadhin Babu was going there regularly to teach those children. I found out that was something which immediately changed my whole concept of mathematics, mathematical education, the word and everything. Here is a person who is a mathematician, but not an ordinary person. Then I found out, I mentioned earlier, I was mentioning, his personality has two streams. One is the intellectual stream. The other is social activism, that stream. And when they combined, immediately it created a new existence or blossom to a new flower, what is called, I would say, his interest in mathematical education. And when he talks about mathematical education, it is not just the way we understand. He has certainly written a lot of books, simplified it, the mathematical education that will reach these tribal people. This is a very challenging task, I consider. And here is another, my own submission. I'm a kind of social activist also, but I would not have been able to accept Swadhin Babu's challenges or his passion. I left, he went back. I went back to IIT Delhi, but I couldn't survive more than 2 years. I came back, but Swadhin Babu stuck to the place. So it is not only mathematical education, that should be in Odisha. And in my own time, I also struggled where if I want to go back to India, where would I go back? I went to IIT Delhi, but Swadhin Babu went to not only to Bhubaneswar, but to Sambalpur. This was one of the most daring thing he could do, but it's not daring. It is his passion. He enjoyed even everything, what he was doing there. And many students, everybody has talked about it. I don't like to go further. I met there, I was staying, Ukulanda Das, Mahendra Mishra and others. I had a fantastic time there. Then, when he was doing mathematical education, going downwards, he always thought about quality of education. I mean, probably you all know, I don't like to, I feel a little bit awkward to say that. India's overall education system is not, when we compare with what we know about education, and you can see the ranking of universities and all this, you'll know what is the situation. But in Swadhin Babu's mind, it was there. So he connected himself with ISI, one of the top institute in India. Lo and behold, he could bring people like K.R. Parthasarathi from IIT Delhi. It was a summer, it was probably in May. Parthasarathi came to Sambalpur University. Then he contacted himself with, of course, ISI Calcutta, and they are having regular workshops there and seminars from professors visiting Sambalpur University. Can you believe that? It is such a wonderful idea he was able to create there. Mathematical education. Then already many of the students have said, when he explains mathematics, he will explain it absolutely like as if it is a story. And I remember one word of Einstein. He has said, everything should be made simple, but not simpler. And one of the disciples of this idea is Swadhin Babu. He was making mathematics simple. Of course, mathematics cannot be simpler like when we talk here and there. No. That is another quality of Swadhin Babu. He had the talent to do it. I cannot do it. To be honest, I teach mathematics, but nothing like what Swadhin Babu could do it. And next came I was saying about just earlier, he's a visionary. When the rest of the mathematical education draws everywhere, mostly from the urban area, which is you just see anywhere. Even in these countries, going to Harvard and Princeton and all this, it's not always easy from everywhere. But this feeling was very strongly felt by Swadhin Babu. And the idea, he saw that, no, it's not the bright boys and kids from Bhubaneswar, Cuttack or Rourkela, but it has to be from Kalahandi, Balangir, Koraput, Malkangiri. It's a great idea, but how to achieve it and accomplish it and execute it, I cannot think of it. I can think of an idea. But Swadhin Babu is a very interesting, that is another talent which I envy almost. His talent is how to reach such situations. And that too, it has been mentioned earlier, against a very orthodox, conservative bureaucracy. It's a challenge. It was a challenge. But with his own talent and his work, he was able to create this gem, I call it RMTS, Rural Math Talent Search idea. And I happen to be here, Sandip Babu has spoken already. Sandhu Babu talked about it to us. I, Lalu Babu, Sandip Babu belong to an organization here called SEEDS, Sustainable Economic and Educational Development Society. And when this idea came to us, we immediately jumped to this to support it and provided some financial help for those scholarships regularly. The great idea is bringing those young, bright kids to Bhubaneswar mostly, to the camp, math camp, for 7 days, keeping and talking to them. And he encouraged his own students to give lectures, besides bringing some professors from outside. And I don't know whether he ever brought from ISI to speak to RMTS, I don't know. But he had the talent to combine from the top to bottom. He can just move so smoothly, there's no problem. And that's a creation. The other is IMA. It is a joint effort by many, most of the people in mathematics in Bhubaneswar and all over. The Odisha Mathematical Society very strongly felt to bring, establish IMA, Institute of Mathematics and Applications. That has attracted most of us. I am one, and Lalu Babu, of course. Lalu Babu has spoken about it. And the good part is the ideas. It is there. But execution needs, obviously, you need resource. And that's where they have struggled hard with the Odisha government. Just like IOP, Institute of Physics, this should have been an institute of that repute. That is only possible, it seems, through the central government. And they have struggled somehow or other through ISI. It hasn't come yet, but I believe his dream and others' dream will be fulfilled one day. There's no question about it. We tried, he tried through Tata also, somehow that it hasn't, but one day it might, who knows. So at this, I think I should stop here. I have a very personal connection with him from a faraway distance in Canada, but I love him like a brother. To be honest, I don't know how to express it even. And that's where I stop. And I wish him, let him be blessed to live a long life with all these visions, and let them be fulfilled in his own life if it's possible. Otherwise, it will continue. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you. Before we listen to Sir, so now I would invite the main organizer along with other people like Tarakanta and Martha. So his student, who himself is an accomplished mathematician, is a professor at Institute of Mathematical Science, Srinivas.
Sir, namaskar. So we are all eager to hear you now. So I will not, because I have nothing more to add, because everyone has spoken so much, and in each of us, we have the same kind of feelings and sentiments and all these things. Believe me, each one of us feels the same. All right. So just to make it sound different, I will speak in Hindi. जी रहे हो जिस कला का नाम लेकर, जानते भी हो कि वो कैसी बची है, सभ्यता के जिस अटारी पर खड़े हो, ये वही गुमनाम लोगों ने लिखी है। सभ्यता का इतिहास आप जैसे लोगों ने ही लिखी है सर, और इसका सबूत आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे जो मजमा लगा हुआ है, इसका बागबान आप हैं। गणित तो आपने सिखाया, इंटीग्रेशन से आपने जीवन जीने का जो तरकीब सिखाया वो हमारे लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रहा। आपने ये बताया कि जानना और समझना दो अलग बातें हैं। मसलन क्लास में हम अक्सर शुरू करते थे इंटीग्रेशन से, और क्लास खत्म होते होते हम आ जाते थे कंटिन्यूटी और लिमिट्स पे। तब हमें पता चला कि जानना क्या होता है और समझना क्या होता है। ये बहुत बड़ा पाठ था हमारे लिए शुरुआती दिनों में, और ये शर्मनाक बात है कि हम एमएससी में ये सब सीख रहे थे, लेकिन बेटर लेट देन नेवर जैसा आप हमेशा कहते आए हैं। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत काम आया था। आपने हमें ये बताया था बार बार, रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर का ये गीत आप हमेशा गाते थे, जोदी तोर डाक सुने के ना आसे तो वे एकला चालो रे, एकला चालो, एकला चालो, एकला चालो रे। सर हम इसे बहुत गंभीरता से हम सुनते थे, और हम लोग सब कोशिश करते थे इसे आत्मसात करने का, अपने अंदर लेने का। इतना ध्यान से हम आपको देखते थे, आपको सुनते थे। आपने बहुत सारी चीजें हमें बताई है। मसलन आपने ये दिखाया है, मैं तो अकेला चला जानिबे मंजिल मगर, लोग साथ आगे आते गए और कारवां बनता गया। यह आपने हमें सिखाया और दिखाया भी। मैंने प्रैक्टिकली यू हैव शोन अस दिस थिंग्स। आपने हमें यह बताया कि एक दिन भी जी मगर इंसान बनकर जी, मत पुजारी बन स्वयं भगवान बनकर जी। ये आपने सिखाया सर हम लोगों को, और हम लोग कोशिश किए हैं अपना जीवन में ये सब लेने के लिए। तो आज शायद आप इतना बड़ा जो लोग देख रहे हैं आपके साथ में, मेरे ख्याल से हम में से सभी कोई जो आदमी से इंसान बनने की जो प्रक्रिया है, उसमें आपने जितना मेहनत से, जितना कोशिश से आपने अपने आप को, अपना जीवन कुर्बान किया है, मेरे ख्याल से आपको शायद थोड़ा बहुत खुशी मिलता होगा कि आपके बागबान के कुछ फूल, कुछ कलियां आज खिल के, कुछ पौधे खिल के पेड़ बन चुके हैं। इससे बड़ा गुरु दक्षिणा हम लोग शायद कुछ नहीं दे सकते हैं। और जिस आपने ये सिखाया है कि जिंदगी जिंदा दिली का नाम है, मुर्दा दिल भी क्या खाक जिया करते हैं, ये सब आपका सिखाया हुआ है। आपने ये भी सिखाया है कि प्रेम मिला तो मिली नहीं क्या वस्तु तुम्हें, नहीं मिला यदि प्रेम बंधु जीवन में तुमने क्या पाया। आज जो हम सब प्रेम से मिल रहे हैं, ये आपका सिखाने का नतीजा है सर। तो मेरे ख्याल से मैं कुछ तो ऐड नहीं कर सकता हूं और ज्यादा। हम सभी के तरफ से, मेरा परिवार के सभी सदस्यों के तरफ से, मेरे सभी दोस्तों के तरफ से मैं आपको साष्टांग प्रणाम करता हूं। आपकी लंबी एवं स्वस्थ उम्र की कामना करता हूं। आप हमेशा आप जिए हजारों साल, हर साल के दिन हो 50,000। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। अब एक और बात मैं रखना चाहता हूं कि since all of us have got together under one umbrella. Now the thing is how to carry forward the kind of things that you have done. So after a couple of meetings and after listening to everyone, on behalf of the organizing committee, I am going to propose that maybe we should make a trust, an association, okay? Some sort of, which will have some trustee members, which will have an executive council, some members will be there, which will have a president, secretary, treasurer, academic secretary. It should be a structured one, all right? Where we can, receive help from others in terms of resource persons, in terms of donations, to carry forward, the kind of help that you single-handedly you were doing, So I'm going to propose that we should form a trust, and I have spoken to few members. Professor Gadadhar Mishra has agreed to be a member of the trust. Professor Akshyaya Mishra has agreed to become a member of the trust. Professor Tarakanta Nayak has agreed to become a member, and Professor also Pratima Panigrahi has agreed to become. So we need some 3-4 members to form the trust, and then we will have some, executive council or something like that, board members, and then we'll chart out, because it should be a legal entity. There are lots of things to be done. So in principle, if everyone agrees, then we can take it forward so that, we can carry out many outreach activities, helping others, that kind of academic activities. That's all I want to say, and I would like to stop it here. In case anyone wants to ask any questions, I'm ready to clarify.
I think it is a good idea.
Sukanto.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it is good. It is good. I think many members also were.
Dasverma sir has proposed also. So
yes,
many of us have this idea. I mean, in fact, we have been doing this.
It is high time. It is high time we started.
So ame WhatsApp re ame mane inform kariba, and we will be in touch, and we will let you know the progress, and we would seek volunteers. That's all I would like to say. So,
okay.
Parasar.
Thank you, Srinivas, and thanks for the idea. I mean, it's a very good idea to
Tarakanta, you
start
want to add
with.
anything?
So, sorry?
No.
Yeah, I wanted to know whether Tarakanta wanted to add anything to it.
No.
Okay.
So now, as all of us are eagerly waiting to listen to you, sir, we know that you are not a miser. So just, if you are not too tired, please go on.
No, it's all right. So, first thing is, I'm really lucky that I have such illustrious students and well-wishers. So I would say I'm really thankful to all of you that you remember me and want to felicitate me on my 80th birthday. Okay. And the idea of a trust given by Srinivas is a good one, because that is where we can start doing things, and where the agenda, etc., can be decided later. But at least there will be some effort individually, because government funding is not coming through, and very unlikely that it will come also. So let's start this. Let's see how far it goes. Maybe this will have a snowballing effect. So about the idea of rural mathematics talent search program, I stand by it because after all, that is where most of our talents lie. And we should concentrate on them. And our original agenda, which Birendra pointed out, should be carried. And well, now that you have proposed names of so many people to be on the committee, I can be very sure that it is in able hands. So I can contribute my bit as far as I can, as far as my physical condition allow, but my mind is always with you. So about why I returned from Stony Brook, that is been told many times over, I don't have to repeat. Why I tried these things and that thing has been spelled out by many people. So from Om to Gadadhar to Parasar to Pratima to Sukanta, they are all my success stories, for which I have no contribution, but I'm happy that I knew them as students. They are bright on the way, on their own. So they become what they could become. Something which I learned from Stony Brook was the motto of that university was written this way: let each become all that he is capable of being. So that is what has been very much instilled in me. That it is good, it is necessary that we unfold all the potentialities in a man, in a person. Om is there, he remembers that motto. Let each become all that one is capable of being. So let's try all our effort to achieve that. And I don't think it is necessary to recount what I did in my life. If you want specific questions, you can ask. But I did what I did, maybe by accident or chances, but it happened. So, because at least, my formal education started in class 6. You can imagine, much of my education in childhood was done at home and through self-studies. And so but that's not the way that everybody can happen, because I was particularly lucky that I had my environment was very educated. But everybody cannot grow like that. So here is Sunil, IBM. He wants to say something. Sunil Patel.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Namaskar, and wishing you a happy 80th birthday. And I'm fortunate to see you after a long time. I think we met in 2014, 2015 in Seattle.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm fortunate to be your student. And with your all guidance, I'm able to succeed and continue with my journey.
Yeah.
And good that I'm currently working for IBM and still fond of mathematics. Keep doing and trying to correlate. I'm part of the cybersecurity in IBM part and trying to correlate mathematics and started learning now Fourier series and see like how Fourier series can help in identifying the cyber attack. So doing some study there. And thanks for all your support and the guidance and guiding how to solve problems. So it's really helping not only in mathematics but also in personal life.
Good. Where is Motilal? He is not.
Motilal is in New Jersey. He is working in one of the bank now in New Jersey.
Sunilji, your video, please, Sunilji.
Subash Martha.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sir, namaskar. Sir, again, wish you happy birthday. 2000 sir 99 ପରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଆଶୀର୍ବାଦରୁ ମାଡ୍ରାସ ଗଲି ଆଉ ମାଡ୍ରାସ ପରେ ପୁଣି କାମ କରି ଆସି ଯୋଉ ଜାଗାରେ ପହଞ୍ଚି ଆଉ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ସବୁବେଳେ ଆଶୀର୍ବାଦ ରହିଛି ଆଉ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ରେଫରେନ୍ସରୁ ଆଜି ଏଇଠି ପହଞ୍ଚି ପାରିଲି ସେଇଟା ହିଁ ଭାବୁଛି ଯେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଆଶୀର୍ବାଦ ସବୁବେଳେ ରହିଛି ଆଉ 2016 ରେ ଆସିଥିଲେ ଆଉ ବହୁତ ଖୁସି ଲାଗିଥିଲା ସେଇଠି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ ଚିତ୍ତରଞ୍ଜନ ବି ମୋ ସହିତ ଅଛି ଏବେ ବି ରହିଛି ମଧ୍ୟ ଆଉ ତା ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ମନୋରଞ୍ଜନ ମିଶ୍ର ବି ଆଉ ଜଣେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଇ ବି ଲାଗି ରହିଥିଲା ଆଉ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସ୍ୱାଗତ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆଉ ତପନ ବି ଆଉ ଜଣେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ ତେଣୁ ବହୁତ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଆମେ ଆଇଟି ରୋପାରେ ବି 3 ଜଣ 4 ଜଣ ରହିଛୁ ଆଉ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଖୁସି ହେଇଥିଲୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆପଣ ଆସିଥିଲେ 2016 ରେ ଠିକି ଆଉ ଆପଣ କହିଥିଲେ ପୁଣି କେବେ ଆସିବେ ବୋଲି ଆଉ ଥରେ ଭାବୁଛି କୋରୋନା ପରେ ପୁଣି ଆପଣ ଯେ ଚଣ୍ଡିଗଡ଼ ଭିଜିଟ କରିବେ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଏଥର ରୋପାରେ ରହିବେ ଯୋଉଟା ଆପଣ କହିଥିଲେ ଆଉ ଆଶା କରୁଛି ପୁଣି ଥରେ ଦେଖା ହବ ଏଇ ଆଇଟିରେ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ସେମିନାର ଦେବେ ସେମିନାର ଦେଇଥିଲେ ରହିଛି ଆମ ଇଏରେ ପୁଣି ଆଗକୁ ଆଉ ରହିବ ବୋଲି ଆଶା କରୁଛି ଆଉ ଭାବୁଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯୋଗଦାନରେ ଅନ୍ୟମାନେ ଯେମିତି ଚାଲିଛି ସେମିତି ଚାଲିବ ଆଉ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଆଶା ଆକାଂକ୍ଷାକୁ ପୂରଣ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆମେ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବୁ ଏତିକି କହି ମୁଁ ସାର୍ ମୋର ବକ୍ତବ୍ୟ ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ସାର୍
Sir, is Gargi, are you still connected? So now let us, Gargi is the main architect of
Gargi should be given.
Yeah, this program. I mean, and do you like to say some few words? Gargi.
Really, she connected with everybody, you know, in the WhatsApp group.
I mean, what a job you have done. सुना जाऊनी
आगे किससे सब बने
घर की कहीं
आसियो
Did Manoranjan sir spoke today? Manoranjan bhai?
No.
You are thinking. Is Manoranjan Mishra, you are around here?
Yeah,
Manoranjan?
yes, I am there.
Yeah, you can speak now, 2 minutes. Yeah.
Sir, namaskar. ଯାହା ହଉ ମାନେ ମୁଁ କାଲି ବି ବସିକି ଶୁଣୁଥିଲି ପୁରା ଚାନ୍ସ ପାଇପାରୁନଥିଲି କହିବା ପାଇଁ ଆଜି ବି माने शुणुची बसिकी धरिकी बसिकी भी शुणुली देखिया पे जे हमर जने सार विषय रे सब केमती डिस्कशन होची सब शुणु बसिकी बोली आ मु तो पूरा डायरेक्टली समस्त परी पाई नथिली चांस कारण मु ब्रह्मपुर यूनिवर्सिटी पढुतली किंतु आपण थरे आस्तिले 95 रे हमर गोटे सप्ताह रे अलजेब्रा पढिया पे हमर अलजेब्रा टीचर हमर अलजेब्रा पढाई नतला बोली हमर जे पंडा सर तारिणी पंडा सर हमर थिले एचओडी आपण डाकी आनी थिले आपण हम गोटे सप्ताह भीतर पूरा आईएन हस्टन बहिर ग्रुप रिंग फील्ड पूरा पढ़े दे कि हमको एंटरटेन करेगी पढ़ी थिले से समय से चेक मोर फास्ट सुनी थिली खाली सुनी थिलु सब तेनो से समय इंटरैक्ट तापर जते बेले आसे भुवनेश्वर रे सरोज साथरे जाई कि आपण साथे सब डिस्कशन करिया को सब पछे 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 बुलुता कारण सब शुणी पवन ठू लिंगराज ठू सुभाष तो पर बहुत पर मस्त इंटरैक्ट आसला किंतु लिंगराज पवन माने सब सरोज माने सब कहंती तेन मु खाली बुली 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 आउ टिके कथा आइ जा आउ टिके कथा आइ जा बोली पछे पछे चले आपण मते पचारिथिले कोन पीएचडी करछ कोथरे रिसर्च कोथरे करछ मु कहली फ्लूइड डायनामिक्स आपण मते सांग सांग तीनटा बही कहि दैथिले पढि लेडी जेंट्स कहे पढिलो आ मने पढि होछ मोरे से समय रे तमाम बही पढिलो ना पढि मु से भाबिथिले जे आपण सेही बही गुडा सब किन पढि पकेले केमिति से सब से विषय किन जानले okay mane I am really fortunate
thank you
sir
thank you Gargi has some problem in her microphone so she will be connected soon mu Sumitra madam jodi achanti
Parasar bhai just 1 minute Parasar bhai just sir actually I got message yesterday from Professor Umakanta Mishra from Barampur University. He has given his regards to you due to some personal work. He couldn't attend it. I think today Professor Tarakanta Panda was attending throughout the time. He got the message and he was here throughout the time. So there is a message from Barampur University for sir. This is the thing. That's all.
Okay, so thanks. So Gargi, is
I'm
your
back
microphone
online.
fixed? Yeah,
Yes.
okay, good. Now I can hear you.
Yes. ମୁଁ କଣ କହିବି ମୁଁ ଏଇ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ବହୁତ ସାନ and ମୋର ଗୋଟେ ରିକ୍ୱେଷ୍ଟରେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଏତେ ହେଲ୍ପ କଲେ ମତେ I just asked for a video from everyone and I got overwhelming response. Everyone came together to conduct this meeting. There was I think everyone worked really hard. Satyananda Panda sir, he said he stayed awake all night to finish your souvenir, and everyone gave in their videos, their articles and all, and you all made it a success. Thank you so much. I cannot thank you enough for all this, and yeah, big thanks. It's like I'm really feeling honored. Thank you.
I'll just add here. Yeah, so I'll just add here, Parasar, last 3 days before I have seen that even Gargi, I don't know whether she slept in night or not. When I saw in the morning, because I was communicating to all through email, she was asking me whether can we contact this professor. I told you give me, but she was working day night. Even I asked her that whether have you slept it. She told it is fine. Even she didn't tell that how many hours she was sleeping. Really, so I can give, I think from my wholeheartedly, really you did a wonderful job. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well, nothing will be completed without listening few words from Sumitra Adam. Is she awake?
Yeah.
Sir?
Madam is here. Yeah.
Madam, ଆପଣ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଲାଇନ ରେ?
Sumitra.
Yeah. Madam ଯଦି କିଛି କହିବ ବଢିଆ. Yeah, that's good.
Madam କହୁଛନ୍ତି.
I think Bappa had some more at the end.
Okay,
something
sure.
He wanted to talk about what plans he had for future, what he would like his students to continue.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So, yeah.
It's all right. Everybody has talked so much. Let Sumitra talk.
Okay.
ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋର मोठू बड़ मान को समस्त को मोर प्रणाम छोट मान को मोर शुभेच्छा मु जहा बहुत किछि तांको ठू जीवन रे शिखिछि बहुत किछि शिखिछि बहुत जिंस माने मु बीएससी परे जते बेले आसिली यूनिवर्सिटी बहुत प्रकार डर भय थिला गुटे हमर माने एमती भूत विषय रे डर विभिन्न प्रकार गाँ रे एमती सब बहुत प्रकार करथिले से सब जाक मोर सब दूर हैला ता बारे प्रतिदिन ताको संगे खाइबा टेबुल रे बसला बेलू डिस्कशन तांकर पिला बेलू जहाँ जहाँ केमती से शिखी केमती पाठ पढ़ा शिखले केमती मैथमेटिक्स प्रति तांकर आग्रह होला ए सब जाक मु तांको ठू सुनिची आउ मु बहुत इंस्पायर हिची मु भी चाहे से आहुरी लेखंतु ए सब जहाँ किछि अन्य माने जानी पारिबे अन्य माने देखिबे केमती माने से तांकर निज आग्रहटा केमती थिला आउ समय तो एमती चली मु पीएचडी भी तांको अंडर रे कली माने से मते गाइड करी नेले पीएचडी भी कली माने प्रत्येक फील्ड रे मते से गाइड करले सब थरे खाली मैथमेटिक्स नहे सब विषय रे मते से कहले जेमती अन्य माने भी कहिसंती मैथमेटिक्स नहे विभिन्न फील्ड रे से तांकर नॉलेज अछि सब शिखैछथि सेमिति मते प्रतिदिन आमे खाइ बसला बेलकु खाइबा टेबल रे हो बा जते बेले बसी छु भी आमे जते बेले मते बहुत कथा से शिखैछथि बहुत विषय म तांकोटू सुनिछि जानिछि आउ मु भी चाहूछि सेगुडा केमती लेखि देबी बोली भाबुछि देखिबी सब लेखि बोली भाबिछि तो आउ समस्तंकर जो शुभेच्छा समस्तंकर तांको प्रति जो देखिली मु आज देखि सब बेले भी मु जानुछि देखुछि समस्त को मैथमेटिक्स स्टूडेंट मान को सब माने केमती ताकोठू शिखुचंती तापरे परस्पर भितरे केमती इंटरेक्शन भी होउछि समस्तंकर मैथमेटिक्स प्रति भी आग्रह से सब मते बहुत खुशी लागुछि एटा केमिति आगो को जीवो सेटा भी मु से चाहूछि मते अनेक मते गोटे थर से कहिथिले जे 3 जण दास मो जीवनटा चेंज करछंती से होछंती गोकुलानंद दास पूर्णचंद्र दास सर गोकुलानंद दास सर और मीनाकेतन दास हाँ सब मु तांकोठु सुनिछि आ बहुत खुशी बहुत मते बहुत भल लागे मु जते बेले तांकोठु सब किछि सुने जाने बहुत कथा मु चेष्टा करूछि भी बहुत किछि करिवा पई देखिबा आ गोटे कथा से मते कहिसंती मु प्रथमे जेमती आसिली तांको जीवन रे से मते कहिले दैट एई समाजटा होउछि मेल डोमिनेटेड सोसाइटी आउ प्रत्येक उपास झियो माने ही उपास करंती आ कहा पई करंती ना सब बेले पुओ मान को पई गोटे जणे झियो ता निज भाई पई उपास करिवो ता निज पुओ पई उपास करिवो ता निज स्वामी पई उपास करिवो किंतु आर पटे होउनी मु जते बेले मते जते बेले मोर मैरिज परे मते कहले सावित्री अमावस्या करबा लागि से मना करथिले से कहले तू जदी सावित्री अमावस्या करबो ताले मु सत्यवान उपास करबी माने मु भी करबी त इसे कन्विंस करकी तांको माने मो सासु मां को से मना कर दिथिले ना से करिबोनी बोली सब बेले से चाहिले समान सबुथिरे समान पुओ जति बरं झियो मान को आहुरी बेसी एनकरेज करबा कथा झियो मान को ଜଣେ ଝିଅ ଜଣେ ପୁଅ ଯେକୌଣସି ହିସାବରେ ସେ ଚଳି ଯାଇପାରିବ, କିନ୍ତୁ ଜଣେ ଝିଅ ପାଇଁ ବହୁତ କେୟାର ନେବା ଦରକାର, ଝିଅକୁ ଭଲ ଭାବରେ ବଢେଇବା ଦରକାର, ଏଇଟା ସବୁବେଳେ ସେ କହନ୍ତି। ଆଉ ଗାର୍ଗୀକୁ ବି ସେ ବହୁତ ଭଲ ପାଆନ୍ତି, ବହୁତ। ସିଏ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଗଲା ବ୍ରହ୍ମପୁର ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟି, ତା ପରଠୁ ସେ ଆମକୁ ଛାଡିକି ଯେତେବେଳେ ରହିଲା, ସେ କହିଲେ କି ମୁଁ ଆଉ କେବେ ସେ ଯୋଉ ଜିନିଷଟା ଭଲ ପାଏ କହିଲେ ମୁଁ କେବେ ଖାଇବିନି। କ୍ଷୀରି ତାଙ୍କୁ ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଲାଗେ, ସେ କହିଲେ ନା ଗାର୍ଗୀ ନାହିଁ, ମୁଁ କେବେ କ୍ଷୀରି ଖାଇବିନି, କ୍ଷୀରି ବି କରା ହୁଏନି କେବେ। ତାପରେ ପ୍ରଥମାଷ୍ଟମୀ ଯୋଉ ଏଣ୍ଡୁରି ପିଠା, ସେଟା ବି ମୁଁ କେବେ କରୁନି। ସିଏ ଗଲା ପରଠୁ ଆଉ କିଛି ଆମକୁ ଆଉ କରିବାକୁ ଇଚ୍ଛା ହୁଏନି, ଭଲ ଲାଗେନି। ବହୁତ ଭଲ ପାଆନ୍ତି ତାକୁ। ଆଉ ସିଏ ବି ବହୁତ ଭଲ ପାଏ ବାପାଙ୍କୁ, ସବୁବେଳେ ମତେ ଫୋନ କରି କହିବ ମା ବାପାଙ୍କ କେୟାର ନଉଥିବୁ, ମା ବାପାଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖୁଥିବୁ, ଥଣ୍ଡା ଲାଗିବନି, ଇଏ ଲାଗିବନି, ସବୁବେଳେ ସବୁ ମୁହୂର୍ତ୍ତରେ ପ୍ରତିଦିନ ସେ ଫୋନ କରିକି କହୁଥିବ। ଆଉ ତାଙ୍କର କେମିତି ଏଇ ମାନେ ବାର ବାର ସେ ଜନ୍ମଦିନ ଆସୁ, ମେନି ହ୍ୟାପି ରିଟର୍ଣ୍ଣସ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଦି ଡେ ଯୋଉ କହନ୍ତି, ସେ ମାନେ ସେଇ ଦିନଟା ବାର ବାର ଆସୁ। ମୁଁ ତାଙ୍କ ଦୀର୍ଘ ଜୀବନ ବି କାମନା କରୁଛି। ବହୁତ କିଛି ଆହୁରି ଜାଣିଛି କହିବାର ଅଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ ଏବେ ସମୟ ନାହିଁ। ଠିକ ଅଛି,
ଆପଣ କହିପାରନ୍ତି। It is so nice.
ଆଉ ହଁ ପରାଶର କଣ କହିବି, ମାନେ କାହା କଥା ମୁଁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ କଥା ମୁଁ ମନେ ଅଛି, ସେ ପରା କହୁଛି, ମାନେ ଗଦାଧର ଟୁ ଅକ୍ଷୟ ମିଶ୍ର, ତମେ ଯାହା ସେ ତାଙ୍କ ଆଖି ପାଇଁକା କରିଛ ସେଇଠି ମାଦ୍ରାସରେ, ଏ ଯୋଉ ଶ୍ରୀନିବାସ, ମାନେ ମାର୍ଥା, କାହାକୁ ମୁଁ କହିବି, ସମସ୍ତେ ଅତି ନିଜର, ସମସ୍ତେ ନିଜର। ଏତେ ଖୁସି ଲାଗେ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖିଲେ, ମତେ ଲାଗେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଆମର ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଏଣୁ ମନ ଦୁଃଖ ବି ହୁଏନି। ମୁଁ କେବେ କହିବିନି କି ଆମେ ଏକୁଟିଆ ବୋଲି। ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଲାଗିଲା।
ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ। ମାନେ so I am speechless. Yes. ସାର୍ ଆପଣ
ମୁଁ କହିବି,
କୁହନ୍ତୁ ଯେତେ ସମୟ ପାରିବେ।
ବହି ଗୋଟେ ପଠେଇଥିଲ ପରଦିନ ସକାଳୁ ମୁଁ ପାଇଲି। ବହି ନା
ଆପଣ ତ ବିଶ୍ୱାସ କରନ୍ତିନି ନା।
ସେଟା ବହିର ନାଁ ହେଉଛି Whom Gods Love, written by Leopold himself.
Right.
And it is about Galwa. Tamane, that is a part of a quotation which says, whom gods love die young. But that means those who live long, gods don't love them.
And those who don't believe in God?
So, okay. So gods don't love them. So perhaps
existential question.
In fact, ସେ ଯୋଉ ପରାଶର ବହିଟା ପଠେଇଛନ୍ତି, ସେଇ ବିଷୟରେ ମୁଁ ଥରେ ଲେଖିବାକୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିଥିଲି ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ। କଣ ଆଲୁଆ ଜଣେ ବିଦ୍ରୋହୀ ଗଣିତଜ୍ଞ, ଏମିତି ଲେଖିବାକୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିଥିଲି, ଅଧା ଲେଖିଥିଲି, ରହିଗଲା। ସେଇ ଜିନିଷଟା, ସେ ବହିଟା ମୁଁ ପାଇନଥିଲି, ତଥାପି ମ୍ୟାନ୍ ଅଫ୍ ମ୍ୟାଥମେଟିକ୍ସ ପଢିକି ଯାହା ଯାହା ଜାଣିଥିଲେ ସେଥିରୁ ଜାଣିଥିଲି ଏମିତି ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ଲେଖିବା ଉଚିତ। କାହିଁକି ନା ହାଉ intellectual development, social situation, social climates, etc. are interlinked. And that is something which becomes more and more obvious. And it is oft quoted this example, which I have told many times, that till 1957, Americans thought that nothing is happening beyond the Iron Curtain. Iron Curtain is what was under the Soviet Union and its allies. Well, whatever claims they had made of science were all false and all propaganda. And even when they tested the nuclear bomb in 1948, they thought they stole it from US. So much so, they even hanged one scientist who was involved in the Manhattan Project. So, which has been now found to be a false. But anyway, then in 1957, when the Sputnik was launched, that was exactly, I remember the date, 4th of October, 1957. That is when the Americans started asking, how could they steal something which we didn't have? Then there was a genuine soul searching among the policymakers in the US. McCarthyism was down and they started finding out what is happening. And they found that one of the reasons for Russian advance is their mathematics. And that mathematics was emphasized from the very early stage in Russia, was known to them. Then they started a complete revision of curriculum in USA, of which, Solomon Lefsetz was in the committee to look at that. So set theory was introduced into curriculum then. And after that, many professors from USA used to come and visit India and talk to us about mathematics, the revolution in mathematics. At that time, I was still in college. And many of these summer schools, summer institutes were created with American support, which some of our teachers attended, or some of our seniors. So that is how it happened. And US government offered scholarships to children to take mathematics at college level. Professor Douglas told me that he was offered fellowship of NATO to do mathematics. Now, this is what is the situation. And whereas we have no consternation, we don't have any thinking why somebody is ahead of us. Because after all, we had everything from plastic surgery to flying objects which used to go from not only from continent to continent, from planets to planets. So we didn't have to do anything. So if you continue like this, nothing can happen. Now there should be some soul searching. And one of the reasons which I don't have to repeat again, why I came back was that we need to do something better, which Professor Das pointed out. Well, I don't know, I don't think I have been too successful, but I have tried. Let's see. Now, about this Olympiad business. You know, this Olympiad thing started in Hungary in 1897 by a person called Yotvas. Yotvas used to have prizes, distribute, used to have questions asked to school children, those who answered well, he used to give them prizes. Some of the recipients of these prizes were Fair, Riss, and even John von Neumann. And that was going on in Hungary till quite some time, till Second World War. During the Second World War, that activity obviously stopped. But after the Second World War, the Russians took it over. So they conducted that kind of Olympiad activity in the Comecon countries. That means those under the influence of Soviet Union, they participated in it. But you see, the first international Olympiad was held in 1959. Why is that? Because that came just after the Sputnik business, because Sputnik came in October 57. So within 1 year, the International Mathematical Olympiad was formed, people joined, and even then, till Soviet Union collapsed, Soviet Union was leading in International Mathematics Olympiad. Now, you can see, and what is the situation of India in regards to Mathematics Olympiad? It is sometimes sorry to see that even Bangladesh is ahead of us in Mathematics Olympiad, sometimes, not always. Indonesia, Singapore is always ahead of us. And not to talk of China, USA and other places, Korea. So I think there is a time to have a serious thinking, and that thinking has to start from below, from the bottom. So I think the idea of rural mathematics Olympiad was the correct idea, and we must start from there. And in the process, if some urban children get involved, there is no harm, but we must target the rural areas and start from the rural areas. Once that takes over and that takes steam and gathers momentum, others can join. But that has to start. Otherwise, nothing will happen. It will remain like that, and will remain as backward as it is. Well, this is all I can say. But about starting of a foundation to help children learn mathematics, I'm 100% for that. You form the committee. I'm with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So before we wind up, I'm give mic to Srinivas. So I would, lot of people have worked relentlessly for this occasion.
Yeah.
So I would like to name few, and please give a big round of applause to Gargi, Kedar, Srinivas, Tarakanta, Subash, and Satyananda. So these people really have worked very, very hard to make this successful. So please.
You've forgotten the name of Soumya De, Dr. Soumya De.
Soumya, yeah. So there are many. I mean, but
yeah, there are plenty
yes,
of
course.
Many.
Yes. So please, Srinivas, take over.
Yeah. So, Gargi, you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to name a few, like even for very small decisions, I would call up Srinivas by overnight, like what do I add here in the speech and all that, and he would resolve those problems. So yeah, everyone, Parasar bhai, Srinivas bhai, and Satyananda sir, of course, Subash sir, and everyone, there are a lot of them. Everyone worked hard.
See, it was like our home affair, literally, like, so we don't thank, our own family members for conducting a marriage or birthday party or something like that. So, but one thing is that an output of this is that we are going to carry forward the mashal that our sir has given to us. And there are phenomenal, enthusiasm from youngsters. We have a very good army of, young budding mathematicians, teachers, and it's a very good sign. And sir, this is, we promise you that, we will not disappoint you. And, whatever you have done, your life will not go waste. And it is going to, the rural RMTS you have talked about, that will be our first agenda. Okay, we are going to take it forward. So I think I have nothing more to add. If somebody wants to add anything, they're free to do that. Otherwise, we will conclude this session.
I
want to
have
tell
one
something, sir.
suggestion. On
Actually,
a lighter
it is
note, we should have
one by one.
He wants to speak something.
Yeah.
I wanted to
so
tell something. Can I?
Sure.
Yeah, it is really
well,
unbelievable.
somebody else's mic is on. Okay,
Whose mic?
so one session of jokes of Swadhin Pattanayak at some point of time.
Direct सीधा type रो.
Any type.
Parasar bhai ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ଗୋଟେ feel ଗୋଟେ କହିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି ଯେ it is really beyond imagination, and this COVID had made us, all of us, to see each other and to celebrate in the Guru Purnima to a birthday celebration, and which could not have been possible at all the people from east to west, and like a magnet we all are attached for hours and hours. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And so many views people put, and we never know, because we never know many things. Sir, thanks. Thanks a lot. And really great.
I would like to speak an instance, Professor Pattanayak.
Sociology.
Professor, sir, ମୁଁ ଯାଇଥିଲୁ ଫେରିଲା ବେଳେ ସେ ଶ୍ରୀକାକୁଲମ ଆଡ୍ରେସ କରି ଫେରିଲା ବେଳେ ଆମ୍ବ ଟ୍ରକରେ ଉପରେ ବସିକି ଆସିଲୁ। ମନେ ଅଛି ସାର୍?
ହଁ ମନେ ଅଛି, very much.
There was no communication.
Very well.
ଆମ୍ବ ଟ୍ରକରେ ବସିକି ଆସିଲୁ।
Right.
Sir, ଆପଣ କିଛି କହିବେ? ସ୍ୱାଧୀନ sir.
Srinivas, can I say something before you start talking about jokes? Something serious.
Okay, please,
why don't we hold a session on RMTS, both experiences with those who worked on it and on Olympiad, maybe a 2-day session, and how to go about organizing.
Yeah, so what we do is we will circulate it via our WhatsApp group, okay, and we'll fix up some date, and then we'll again have this Zoom meeting. All right.
Okay, that'd be good. So just before we lose momentum, let's go forward and organize something.
That's the reason why I proposed this, association and this kind of thing. We must form all those things. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Back to
No, I was suggesting the joke session for a later date.
Yeah.
Today.
Right.
Not today. Certainly not.
I am late, but I would take just a couple of seconds. I've been away for some time, and I couldn't actually talk or listen to many of the discussion happening here. Sir, ମୋ ନାଁ ହେଲା ପ୍ରସନ୍ନ ଶତ୍ରୁଶଲ୍ୟ। ଆପଣଙ୍କର ମନେ ନଥିବ, 33 years ହେଇଗଲାଣି। ରାତି 1:30 ବେଳେ ଇଷ୍ଟ କୋଷ୍ଟରୁ ମୁଁ ମିଟିଂ ଆଟେଣ୍ଡ କରୁଥିଲି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ବର୍ଥଡେ ର। I couldn't have missed it for any reason, because ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ମିଳିଲା, ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଶୁଣିବାକୁ ମିଳିଲା ଏତେ ବର୍ଷ ପରେ, ଆଉ ଅନ୍ୟ ସବୁ ଟିଚର ମାନଙ୍କୁ ବି ଆଉ ସାଙ୍ଗମାନଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗ ବି ଦେଖା ହେଲା ଏଠି, ଆଉ ତାଙ୍କୁ ବି ଶୁଣିବାକୁ ମିଳିଲା। ଆଉ happy birthday sir, and many happy returns of the day. ଏଠି ଅନେକ ଗୁଡେ ଡିସ୍କସନ ହଉଛି, ଆଉ ଅନେକ ଗୁଡେ ପ୍ରୋଜେକ୍ଟ ପ୍ଲାନ୍ ଅଛି, ଯେମିତି ମ୍ୟାଥ ଅଲିମ୍ପିଆଡ ଇତ୍ୟାଦି। ଡାଇରେକ୍ଟଲି ତ କୌଣସି ପ୍ରକାରର ହେଲ୍ପ କରିପାରିବୁନି, କିନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ମୋତିଲାଲର ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଅଛି ସାର୍। ମୋତିଲାଲ ମୁଁ କାଲି ପରଦିନ କଥାବାର୍ତ୍ତା କରୁଥିଲି, ମୋତିଲାଲ ନ୍ୟୁଜର୍ସିରେ ଅଛି, ମୁଁ ଫିଲାଡେଲଫିଆରେ। But whatever we can contribute, whatever way we can help, we would like to be engaged. We will also kind of make some kind of meeting here and energize other folks, students, sir का students अच्छे एठी बहुत आउ हमें जहाँ किसी भी करी परिवु, so keep us involved. Any workshop group, any other group that you are trying to create, or any seminars you have, if you could pass on those information in this workshop group, then we could be involved. Thank you very much, everybody. Sir, Authre, happy birthday, many happy returns of the day. Namaskar.
Okay. Sir, good night.
Good night.
So shall we call it a day, sir, then?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, then thank you very, very much for everyone for joining and making it a grand success. So seeing our sir smiling gives us a lot of happiness. And sir, may you live long and longer and longer. And we will look forward for your continued blessings and support and all. So thank you very much. So let us conclude this session. Thank you, sir.
Hello, where is the cake? Birthday cake.
Yesterday it was cut.
Okay.
Yesterday we did cut the cake.
Oh, we missed it.
Yes. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Namaskar, sir.
Good night.
Namaskar, sir.
Good night.
Namaskar.
So it is almost
Namaskar, sir.
good morning now.
Oh, yeah, of course. Good morning.
नमस्कार
नमस्कार सर नमस्कार सर
नमस्कार
सर नमस्कार सर
नमस्कार
Namaskar.
we can make it the WhatsApp group to a permanent group if possible.
सर नमस्कार सर जहांगीर कहूतली सर नमस्कार जहांगीर कहूतली सर
नमस्कार
हो सर मु कल तो जॉइन कर पेलिनी आज जॉइन करली जो भल लागिला सेशन टा तो मु आपण WhatsApp रे भी कथा बिली होतली आ हे लागि
नमस्कार मु नमित कहूतली सर मु नमित
चेहरा देखा जाउनी
मु सर बंद कर दीजिए वीडियो बंद कर दीजिए अंधार घरे अच्छी सर भल तो
हां
आज्ञा मु सर परे सर काली नाले कथा हेबी आपण फोन करिवे नमस्कार
सर नमस्कार मु कल्याणी कहूची
नमस्कार
हां मु आपन सारे संबलपुरी थी कथा हेबी एथरा फोन थी देखबे मु केनता कहूचे
गोटे ओली लगी तो करबी ना
सर नमस्कार सर सुजाता कहूचे सर
सुजाता गमतिया
हाँ सर ओके
अच्छा
सर आपन को विषय गुटे मिनिट रे कहबा त माने बिल्कुल संभव नहे
नहीं ठीक আছে चलबा
सर नमस्कार
मैडम को भी सर
नमित कहूतली
नमिश अरे
हां सर नमस्कार हैप्पी बर्थडे
साजे करछो
थैंक यू सर सर आपण बहुत साहाय्य करछन सर लाइफ रे मु गुजरात रे अछि सर
जानछि तमे गुजरात अच्छा जानछ किंतु मोर सोर नै सोर अछि कोलांडी कैमरा तमे केते काम केते
थैंक यू सर सर आपण को लागि बहुत बहुत शुभकामना बर्थडे लगी नेक्स्ट ईयर भी एंता भेटू हम लोग हमें बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर नमस्कार कहूचे सर
नमस्कार
नमस्कार सर आरती कहूचे आरती पंडा
अच्छा
हां
केना सर
बलांगीर पाटनागढ़ कॉलेज रे अछि सर
अच्छा
नमस्कार सर आपनकर आशीर्वाद एंता सब बेले हमर ऊपर झरू थाउ सर आउ अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलू फिर एंता बर्थडे सेलिब्रेशन करवा लगे आके सब बेले नमस्कार सर
नमस्कार गागी के ईसा नो कर बार करनु गागी
तांकर स्कूल चलची बापा
स्कूल चलची हो ठीक अछि
नु आजा नु अच्छे थे आजा बुला रहा है आजा
हेलो आजा
हेलो
की मने रखी तू
हाय आजा
गार्गी
हेलो नो
गार्गी मने रखी तू गार्गी
हेलो आई
ए सुजाता
भाई का क्लास चल
रहा
आई थिंक
अच्छा इस सारो क्लास चलची बापा
ठीक अछि
गार्गी रो माने पछे पछे सारा गार्गी छुआते थिला सार पछे पछे ताकू धरी किरी दौड़ुथिले से स्कूल नै जाउथिले सब मने पडुचे सर गार्गी शांत थिला ना यूनिवर्सिटी रे
गार्गी
आपण स्कूल छाड़ी जाउथिले दौड़ी दौड़ी के
पुअर ना कोन
बढ़िया जाकर बोललो
या ईसा ईसा ओनु
ईता
ओनु मोतीलाल भाई नमस्कार जिन खाली कहूतिले नै आपण के घर पे में जाइथिलु मुई भी जाइथली संगरे
हां
मुई भी थिले सेतरे
अच्छा
पूरा माने अच्छे
हां
But okay, must be pretty late for you.
सर नमस्कार
सविता
हाँ मैडम नमस्कार
नमस्कार
गार्गी को एत दूर देखुछु बढ़िया लागुची
हाँ तो सतरे एटा गोटे बहुत खुशी लागला समस्त को पूरा देखी हला देखो तो बहुत जन बहुत खुशी लागला सतरे
बापा मून भाई भी जॉइन करिया को चाहुतले तांकर गोटे फैमिली प्रॉब्लम किछि हे गला तो सेत पे से जॉइन करि पालेनी से
कथा पाइबी मून भाई से तो
आगे हां अनुग्रह भाई थिले थरे मीटिंग रे थिले बट अच्छा बे ओके से फोन करिवे कहछन
सर बहुत खुशी लगला सर अपन बहुत दिन पर देखी कथा ही बहुत खुशी लगला सर रियली आई एम आई विल शेयर यू माय डिटेल्स सर इन व्हाट्सएप
कोठी अछि
आज्ञा मु पंडिचेरी सर एबे अछि सर
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा
पंडिचेरी सर सिनोप्सिस सरी जे पीएचडी सबमिशन करबी सर
अच्छा अच्छा वेरी गुड
थैंक यू सर आज्ञा
निहार भाई अच्छे ना बापा निहार भाई सब वीडियो करी के पठेतले धुरिया पड़ार ओराम पड़ार यूनिवर्सिटी डिपार्टमेंट
मुसलमान को जदी रिक्वेस्ट करिवु तांको पाके धुरिया पड़ा स्कूल रो एक पिक्चर अछि फोटो थिला तांको पाके
सर नमस्कार मु शिशिर कहू छी सर नमस्कार मु शिशिर कहू छी
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा
शिशिर सर नमस्कार
अच्छा हां सर हां सर एठी सुंदरगढ़ रे अछि एबे हाँ सर हाँ सब डेलिब्रेशन सुनुथिली बहुत भलो हिची मु लेखाटा देइछि सर सोविनियर रे लेखाटा अछि
अच्छा अच्छा
हां पढिए सर
सर
हाँ सर हां मैडम नमस्कार
हां नमस्कार मु भी पढ़ली अपन को लेखा
हां 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 मैं बहुत भलो सेटा एई सब प्रोग्राम गुडा फिर केते आहुरी भलो भाबे कैरी आउट करमा
हाँ एंती मैंने फिर अलगा मैथमेटिक्स रो प्रोग्रेस लगी केंती माने
हां 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 सही विषय
सही डिस्कशन लगी
हां हां
सेटा ये श्रीनिवास से भी कहउतले ये ना समस्त कहउथन
सही विषयटा एटा सबुडा
सुनुथि ब्लड टेस्ट क्लोजर
हां हां नमस्कार
मोबाइल जो हम बहुत क्लोजर हे जाई छे
हां कोविड को
निरन असला निरन
हाँ सर नमस्कार
हाँ नमस्कार हाँ
शिशिर सर नमस्कार बहुत दिन पर आपको देखली
हाँ बहुत दिन पर एटा देखा होछु
मैडम भी नमस्कार निहार सर नमस्कार
नमस्कार
हमें तो होछु सर को न्यू जनरेशन कहले चलवा एक्चुअली हमें एते किछि एते लोग अछन सर को अंडर रे एते बड़ वृक्ष है कि एते लोग को पूरा तांकर छाया रे अछन हमें किछि नहीं जानि थे एक्चुअली ई प्रोग्राम हला बोली एते किसी जानलु लोक सुनलु बहुत बढ़िया लागला एक्चुअली
नहीं सत्तरे हाँ तो माने समस्त
हमें न्यू जनरेशन माने केही किछि नहीं जानी एक्चुअली
नहीं जानते हां नहीं भलो एटा भी इंस्पिरेशन तुमको
हां बहुत बढ़िया एटा बहुत इंस्पिरेशन एटा
पूरा हां माने सीनियर मान को ठू जानी कि नमस्कार नमस्कार
साडे सर स्वाधीन सर मु केदार कहतली
नमस्कार मैडम नमस्कार
12:30 हला जिमा सीमा नमस्कार
हां नमस्कार सर रेस्ट नेबे हां
सर मु ऐड करू छे सेशन
सब ऑर्गेनाइजर्स मान को भी धन्यवाद बहुत बहुत ऑर्गेनाइजर्स मान को समस्त को धन्यवाद बहुत भल रहला सब
थैंक यू मैडम
ओके श्रीनिवास गुड नाइट
गुड नाइट टू एवरीवन
गुड नाइट
केदार हाँ नमस्कार केदार यू कैन स्टॉप इट नाउ